Hello, everyone. Gotta love that good pre-steering music. I'm Santier. Welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. I'll be continuing my Skill Booster League playthrough on Imrahil Argentum Skill Booster Leagues. As a reminder for those who might be watching the VOD, because this is probably a little bit before people really show up to the stream, but we'll see. But Skill Booster League uses a program I made to give me set number of skills that I can use for my heroes, at least the way that I'm currently running this league. And so, like, I can only use one copy of Dwarven Battle Stance across my entire team, which is probably fine because I probably will want to run absolutely zero. But one copy of Sun and Moon Slash, all that sort of stuff. This has come up a few times. Like, I wanted to run more copies of something that I only have one copy of. It's a natural signet, I think. So it does some interesting stuff. It's a lot more interesting earlier on. This is a fairly mature Skill Booster League. But yeah, so that's what that's about. You can find a link to that on my Discord. You can go to santier.com to find a link to my Discord. And let's go ahead and get started. Now, when last I left off, I had done part of the Norn branch in that I had previously done Curse of the Norn Bear, and I did a Gate Too Far and Blood Washes Blood. And then I went into a Surin territory. I did Finding the Bloodstone. Hi, Port Sludge. And I had made my way to Rotasum and done the Elusive Golemancer. So I did a decent amount. At this point, I have the Golem project and Renk's stuff, and then the Vanguard branch. So that should all be quite doable. And once I finish that, of course, it's the end game at that point. So we'll see how that goes. Do I want to keep trying to make Onslaught function? I suppose for now. Okay, what's going to be the best way to get where I need to go? I think it might be down this way. My ultimate goal is to go to Tarnished Haven as well. I'm not necessarily going to launch into Kerrsh's quest chain, but I'm going to be in the vague general area, so I might as well try to do some of it. My general plan, though, is definitely going to be like beelining the actual narrative elements. Once I finish them, I'll have finished his Skill Booster League because he's done Factions, Nightfall, and Prophecies. And so I'll just kind of end his Skill Booster League at that point. I want to say one more character in his Skill Booster League at this point. The character that is my head canonically his daughter, but never mind that. The Imrahil Argentum. We are maybe slightly over aggroed. Oh boy. Let me revise my estimates. From slightly over aggroed to very over aggroed. I'm trying here. I don't know how much my Mystic Healings are contributing to my party's survival, but I feel like they're doing more than nothing. Okay. I think we've stabilized. We're down to just one Raptor. Well, that was brutal. I'm going to go with brutal for my descriptor there. Yeah. I like doing skill booster leagues, but they're definitely a lot more interesting, like, at the start. Though I've had some interesting restrictions. Hope everyone's doing well. I myself had a interesting week. I got a new mattress, purple mattress, for those wondering. It is still something I'm getting used to, but significantly more comfortable than my previous mattress, which was the Hope. It's kind of one of those things where I kind of want to describe it as weird. It's just kind of a neutral sense, and that it's just an unfamiliar sort of feel. It's not like any mattress I've experienced before, but I like it. Okay, I need to... yeah, head down that way. Why did I go down this way when I was thinking the Magastone route was probably better? I don't know. Well, I've gone this way, so we're just going to follow through with it. But I also got my COVID booster shot. And while I think it was a good thing to do, and I'm glad I did it, boy howdy, it has not been a gentle experience. I think it was a bit rougher than shot 2, actually. My memory of shot 2 is that it was more mild. I was taken out for like a day, just with body aches and fever and headache and stuff. So that was unpleasant, but like I said, I still think it was worth doing. I'm mostly fine at this point. Got a bit of a swollen lymph node over yonder, which is making me a little tender. And that's basically how I felt yesterday, and my shoulder near the injection site's also a bit sore. But I think, like, those are pretty mild at this point. It's made for a very atypical week. I've had a very strange week this week. So this is where we'd have come in if I'd gone the route that I was planning on going. So you can see it would have avoided some stuff. Kind of went out of my way. How about the Swift should be up here? Hey, Clean Star. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you've had a good week. There's Pywat. It'd be nice to get the green daggers. I believe they're enchanting zealous daggers. I don't know who I exactly use them on. But that's a very convenient set of mods to have. I am getting... okay, boss needs to go down, please. It turns out that guy hits hard. Okay, did not get his green daggers, and that's okay. The tragedy I'll have to deal with. I find it really interesting, sort of the parallels between the daggers and I've got like 5 thoughts going at once. Between the daggers and boss weapons from the Soul series, are boss, like, unique boss weapons from this game and the boss weapons from Soul series. And that there's, like, some conceptual, like, similar space that those are living in, which I find kind of interesting. This is a spot we're actually swapping over to Delver's, probably superior. Less energy, but added damage. Oh, these guys are annoying because they have a tendency to block. As I said. Renk should have like a down state style animation here, but yeah, we were having had a very sort of brief conversation on my Discord the other day that I think it would have been really neat if more skills unique to bosses had been named after that boss. Like if Galrath's Slash had been elite worthy and only capturable off of Galrath, that would have been really cool. And that sort of thing I think is something that I would have liked to have seen more of in Guild Wars. Like I don't think every elite skill should have been that. But if I got the sense that, like, oh, this is a skill that this boss came up with, I think that would have been a really neat bit for world building. Because, like, they established that skills are developed. You've got a bunch of skills named after Verada, the Necromancer. Granted, most of them are a little bit specific, but Verada's Sacrifice was once a much better skill than it is now. But nevertheless, like, Verada's Sacrifice, Verada's Aura, and Verada's Gaze is very into stealing other people's minions, apparently. But those skills are all named after Verada. You have Galrath's Slash named after Galrath. And they established that people, like, develop skills from, like, oh, these are skills that this person developed, which is cool. But they also establish in the pre-searing quest where you're helping Elementalist Azure, where you get Firestorm, like, you're helping her as she's developing Ward Against Harm. So, like, I don't know. I feel like you should have been able to get that off of her somehow instead of having to capture it off of some random boss in the Southern Shiver Peaks. I think it's the plants, right? And granted, you're actually kind of close to the Southern Shiver Peaks in Wizard's Folly. Like, that's actually at the northern edge of the Southern Shiver Peaks. If you look at the maps, but the fact remains that, like, oh, it's clear people are able to develop skills, and if they had, like, I'm pretty sure Silverwing Slash, as the Canthan counterpart, Galrath Slash, was devised by Talon. I think that's probably the lore behind it. And then you also have Joyzanjo Strike, developed by that, though a set of Tanai skills that are developed by Tanai. Like, those are really cool. So I don't know why there weren't more elites named after the bosses that have them, but I think that would have been really cool. Hopefully my voice is coming through over the game well enough. I think it is. Looking at the audio monitors in OBS, it's just, like, from my perspective that it kind of sounds quiet in comparison. But it's like, it's that side effect where... Okay, good. Good to know. It's that side effect where, like, if you have earbuds in or earplugs or whatever, something blocking your sound, you start shouting to be heard over what you're hearing in your audio, even if other people are not, in fact, hearing your audio. At least I've witnessed that effect numerous times. So I just need to remember that. No, you all can hear me just fine. Ooh, 5 feathers. That's pretty good. I do have a lockpick on this guy as well. Okay, that's what I was expecting. I don't know why I'm doing weapon identification now, but bad enchanting mod, eh? I think I want to go this way, but this way does head towards G.O.L.E. Boy, I am getting wrecked by those wandering eyes and stuff. Well, Vec got me some revenge there. Yeah, I believe G.O.L.E is around here somewhere. G.O.L.E is an ineptitude boss, and far and away the place where I recommend capturing ineptitude if you're going after it. There's a bunch of Mesmer elites that are kind of annoying to get in Prophecies that they made a lot more convenient in this. I still don't know why they didn't put Soul Leech in a better place. It is capturable in Eye of the North. For those who don't know, you can get Soul Leech from one of the bosses that spawns at like the end of Glint's challenge. But getting to the bosses at the end of the Glint's challenge is not much easier than getting to Soul Leech's Prophecy spawn in friggin' Abaddon's mouth, so... Man cannot live on 40 gold a day.
Why are you bothering me?
I mean, not in the Guild Wars universe, probably. In our universe, how big are the gold pieces? Can I sell them for cash? Probably could easily live on that. It's interesting to think about like different economic systems like that. Like, gold is one of those things in video games that we tend to just hand-wave a lot of the details of. Because it turns out it is quite heavy. So, if you have a bunch of gold coins, they are going to be weighing you down. So right now what I'm looking at is... Let's see, my team does have some decently strong heals. Spirit, Light, Men, Body, and Souls. None of these are stellar, though. And I do have a BIP. I'm thinking... Yeah, and there's some decent protection stuff here. Obviously, Signet of Judgment's not stellar. If I don't have a heal other type effect, I'll be surprised. Yeah, I have Jamie's Gaze and heal other. I'm thinking I'm somewhat lacking in a strong targeted heal, so I think I'm going to go ahead and go for Jamie's Gaze over Words of Comfort. It is expensive at 10 energy. I honestly feel like these are worth more like 7. But they didn't do 7 energy costs, so... Do I need Mend Ailments? Hang on, that's a question. I have a Mend Ailment there. I have 2 copies of Mend Body and Soul. I'm thinking that this Mend Ailment is perhaps a little underwhelming and redundant. Do I have... I have Divine Healing. Do I have Heaven's Delight? No, it does not look like it. I would consider running both. You know what? I'm going to slot on a Divine Intervention. I don't think Divine Intervention is very good, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling some Divine Intervention. Maybe there's an argument that instead this should be Healing Seed. I don't know. I'm going to leave Divine Intervention on there. Fairly low energy impact is the reason why. See, I have Weapon of Warding. So, like... Because what I'm kind of feeling is, like, do I have enough prot effects? And, like, maybe not. But I have a Guardian. I have Weapon of Warding. But she's, like... Battles and areas of restoration and stuff. Maybe it'd be better to run her / protection prayers. But what would I give her? I have the one copy of Shield of Absorption. I give her like Shielding Hands. Reversal of Fortune seems so bad without Divine Favor though. I mean it's yeah. You gave her Aegis, another copy of Guardian. No, I don't think the answer lies that way. Yeah, I think it's probably just fine where things currently are for her. I think what I'm going to do here... Probably... Do I want to keep running this? Kind of not. Frankly. I kind of want to do something else with my elite slot. I mean, I could run the protection prayers myself. At which point I could run... you know what? I could just run a copy of Mark of Protection and call that good. That's kind of an amusing idea. At least I find it amusing. Okay, I'm not going to do anything more with my hero, so I'm going to go ahead and close that there. I was just seeing Divine Intervention. I'm not just... Yeah. Wanted to make sure I wasn't improperly including that. I could bring Burning Shield to defend myself. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna grab Drunken Master, because this basically does like... Well, when it caps out at 15, it's 60% of an onslaught, kinda. I mean, not fully. Because it caps out at 15 when you have enough dwarf. Obviously, I don't have very much dwarf, but you know that's where it ultimately goes. Yeah, I'll just do some marker protection here. Anthem of Fury is not like amazing, but plus 12 will benefit the Signet of Spirits summons as well. And I have Pyro's Li Ming. Yeah, I have a lot of... I don't know why I had Amend Ailment there. I guess maybe for Shards of Ore when I was really concerned about that stuff. I'm going to actually leave this open. I don't feel like I need to take anything or clean out my inventory, but I do want to remember to use Alkar's Alchemical Acid on the destroyers here. Yes, I know. Gad blows himself up. Okay, of am feeling my Delver title here. I hate having to scroll through to get to the title that you want for swapping titles. It's kind of annoying. I almost have another skill point, though. 98% of the way there. This is a preserved red iris flower. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Gad hasn't blown himself up quite yet. I actually got some decent sleep last night, but that doesn't stop me from being a little bit yawny. Decent sleep last night does not entirely make up for poor sleep the couple nights previous. There we go. Use Alkar's concoction. Does this mean it respawns my inventory? I didn't think it would, but... Marker Protection is an extremely strong spell that's horrendously hampered by terrible stats. Okay, I don't need to keep that open at this point. I might actually leave it open because I do kind of want to check to see how that works. Okay, no, it did not respawn it. I think it would respawn it if I hadn't updated the quests, is what I would anticipate for how that works. I was talking yesterday / last night on the Guild Wars Global Discord about how I wish the live team had been able to come back and do some of the skill balance passes that they were talking of doing. Particularly Paragon and Monk. I think could have used them. Like, Command's in decent shape, but Motivation really needs a lot of help because it's just full of all of these 20-second recharge skills and Monk has a lot of stuff that needs some buffs, and I don't know if they would want Monk to compete with Ritualist or if they'd want Ritualist to compete with, like, how do I phrase this? Ritualist kind of outclasses Monk as a healer in a lot of regards, just because of Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul. And to an extent, Protective was Kal-I, but Protective was Kal-I is technically a weaker skill than, like, Heal Party. And, like, Divine Healing and Heaven's Delight are semi-comparable to it. But Monk has options there, is what I'm saying, for party heals. The big things is that Communing is better protection because it's party-wide. And Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul are both really, really good with spirits. In part because they're balanced without Divine Favor in mind. But they also are just really good on secondaries. So you could reduce how effective Ritualist is at healing particularly by nerfing Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul. And I'm not sure if you want to go that route or if you want to try to address sort of Monk's relative, like, weakness at healing compared to those, if that makes any sense. It's a little bit of a complex thing to discuss because I think monks are actually like more powerful healers generally, but also like Ritualist is more skill efficient when it comes to healing.
Here comes trouble.
I wonder how much the webcam is responsible for encoder overloading stuff. We've got some melee destroyers in there. Because, like, I feel like I had a train of thought that I wanted to continue, but I'd kind of lost it. It happens. When you're playing a game, your attention has a tendency to get focused on playing that game. Oh, yeah, Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul are just extremely, like, they're both, like, fast enough recharging and big enough heals that, like, at good enough price points that it's hard for Monk to directly compete with them. If you compare Ogden, or no, not Ogden. He's weird. If you compare Talcora with like Orison of Healing is a 73 health heal, and if you look at that compared to, like, now granted this is at Rec 14, not Rec 16. Men, Body, and Soul is a slightly quicker cast with a slightly longer recharge than Orison, but it heals for 109, whereas Orison is healing for 73 at 16, as opposed to 14 resto for this point. But Men, Body, and Soul also does a bunch of condition cleansing, or can. So it's like, yeah, Divine Favor at 13 is adding, what, like 42 or something to the heal. So that kind of bumps it up into the same sort of territory. And then Unyielding Aura, of course, makes this heal for like 50% more. So I think part of it is like the condition cleanse is part of what makes Men, Body, and Soul good. But this is a 172 point heal for 5 energy on a 4-second recharge at non-elite. The other key thing is that these both are self-targeting. A lot of the monk heals are not self-targeting, which I think does some interesting stuff. It plays into the idea that the monks are selfless, which I think is kind of cool. But also, from a balancing standpoint, it means that, like, as a healer, you can't heal yourself very well, which I think is really interesting. But, like, you have Heal Other / Jamie's Gaze, which are very strong heals, but they're also 10 energy. And there's nothing quite in the same territory as Men, Body, and Soul. Like, you have Healing Light, which is an elite, which doesn't heal for as much as Men, Body, and Soul. And its thing is that maybe it refunds some energy. Like, to get something kind of... Now, keep in mind, this will get the additional, like, 40-odd points of healing from Divine Favor. So this is really kind of like 140 heal. But at 16, for your elite slot, like, Men, Body, and Soul at 14 is 172. And not taking up your elite slot. Now, it does require a Spirit Near Shot, so you don't sack health. But the Spirit requirements on these are fairly mild. So it's just one of those things where, like, those Ritualist heals are just, they're very efficiently statted for what they do. And it's hard for Monk to kind of compete with that, particularly as a secondary heal, because these work great on secondaries for healing, whereas the monk stuff just doesn't. Like, this Men, Body, and Soul on Vec, this is 10 restoration magic, and he's getting an 83-point heal out of it. And also some condition cleansing when spirits are in the area, and they will be, generally, because the Signet of Spirits writ. So that means that we're running into a thing where, like, I would never put Orison in this slot, because Orison is going to be, at 10 healing prayers, Orison is going to be really weak. It's probably going to be more like a 63-point heal rather than a 73-point heal, if that. So it's like, in the secondary status, Ritualist stuff is just so much stronger than Monk stuff. It's kind of inevitable how it ends up working. Let Marker Protection do its thing. I remember running Marker Protection on Warrior once, Baratus Effects specifically, when I was doing Hell's Precipice, because I was told my job was to tank. And that meant to take absorb damage.
I'm busy.
Okay, let's just finish this. I'm going kind of slow because I was just talking about balanced stuff. But like the thing is, I'm not sure that the answer to Ritualists are really good at healing is to nerf Ritualists, right? Like relative to Monk. Like, I'm inclined to think that that is not, in fact, the solution. And that the solution is, let's figure out what makes the monk not as good as the ritualist healing and try to address those things. And, like, by and large, I think some of the things that you could do, for one thing, if you made it so that way Monk did not care, it would, like, if Divine Favor worked off of any skill that targeted an ally, then suddenly monks would be able to use Ritualist heals extremely effectively. Oh my goodness, why does it have such a long... Well, at this point it doesn't really matter. I was just kind of waiting for Mark Protection. Like, if this was a... Like, there's a lot of stuff that could make Marker Protection a better skill without making it more powerful. Like, directly more powerful. Like, man, we got kind of boxed in there. I just wanted to go close enough to activate that. Resurrect. If Marker Protection, like, had sort of the same base effect, but just a shorter duration with a lower recharge, it would be so much more usable. Magni is not particularly strong, but most people found a way around it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is like, you can make up for a lot with just filling your bar, or as much of your bar as you can, with the PvE only skills. And like Assassin's Promise, yeah, exactly. It kind of ceases to be a monk bar if you're only bringing like 4 monk skills at most. And what is it like? Oh, I'm going to Assassin's Promise to get Ray of Judgment spam. Like, okay. Kind of want to get Word of Censure on this guy. But Smiting Prayers needs a bit of a work. Personally, I feel like Smiting Prayers shouldn't be a direct offensive line for the most part. I think there should be a handful. I think Smite should be a weapon attack that's usable with any weapon. It feels like it should be a weapon attack to me. Banish, I think, makes a lot of sense to exist. Ray of Judgment or something kind of like it is really cool to have exist. But for the most part, I would like... My preference for Smiting Prayers would have it be mostly filled with things more in like the reversal of damage and Judge's Insight area. I feel like things like Scourge Healing and Scourge Enchantments like Scourge Sacrifice makes sense to me in Smiting Prayers, but I feel like Scourge Healing and Scourge Sacrifice are Necromancer skills that belong in curses. And it's weird to me that technically Soulbind is an elite version of Scourge Healing. I don't know why it needs to be an elite. I think Scourge Healing shouldn't exist, and it should just be the Soulbind. Or Scourge Healing should exist as a Curses spell, or as a Curses hex, not as a Smiting Prayers hex. Like, I don't know why it's in Smiting Prayers. But I feel like, for the most part, like, Smiting Prayers, like, sure, Holy Strike, but, like, do we really need Spear of Light? Do we really need Symbol of Wrath? More things should be in the Smite condition, Smite Hex, Reversal of Damage, Holy Wrath type space, rather than a bunch of, like, dubious signets. And I don't know. Then you got stuff like Judge's Intervention, which is also kind of hot garbage. Like, Word of Censure is weird, too. I don't know why this isn't, like, some sort of anti-caster thing. This feels like it should be something that prevents... Because Censure is saying so-and-so's not allowed to speak. It feels like it should be a Mesmer skill, not some sort of, like, Mesmer interrupt that, like, Expel, interrupt a skill, or interrupt a spell or chant, if a spell or chant is interrupted this way. Or, like, some sort of, like, hex that's, like, vocal minority, can't use chants or shouts or something. I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, it feels kind of weird in terms of a name. And, like, a lot of Smiting Prayers does have kind of, like, that I'm doing something with the party effect, but it's just kind of, like, scattered, not really well focused. If more of it was, like, oh, I am specifically protecting my ally and punishing people for hurting my ally, I think that would be a lot better place to have things, in my opinion. That's kind of more the direction I feel like it should go. More of the Holy Wrath sort of side. I know, and that's my problem, is I feel like Smiting Prayers is playing in territory that, like, Word of Censure is just kind of hot garbage skill. It's inefficient in terms of energy, and it's just not very good. But, like, Scourge... Like, compare this to Necrosis, the PvE only skill that deals fairly high damage and has kind of conditional. But I feel like Scourge Enchantment and Scourge Healing absolutely belong in Curses, not in Smiting Prayers. Defender's Zeal, I could see in Inspiration Magic just as easily as I can see it in Smiting Prayers. Word of Censure by name feels like it should be some sort of domination magic, like Interrupt, that prevents the use of stuff. Kind of like Interrupt target foe. If target foe is using a spell or a chant, that foe is interrupted, and for like 5 seconds they can't, and all of their other spells and chants are put on cooldown for 5 seconds or something like that. You know, that feels kind of like Word of Censure should be. But that's totally a Mesmer skill. Balthazar's Pendulum is just not very good. Then we have 2 copies of Symbol of Wrath, and it was already not a very good skill. And I like Holy Strike, but we didn't need 2 Holy Strikes. So I don't know why they chose that skill to double up, or those skills to double up. Balthazar's Aura is pretty good in like Balthazar's Aura, if you ignore the 25 energy cost and how long the recharge is pretty good, but when you look at those things, it feels kind of mediocre to me. But again, like, that's because Smiting Prayers has a history of being overpowered in PvP because of other weird garbage. And, like, Error of Enchantment is also part of that. So, I don't know. It's a just complicated mess of things that I'm not going to worry about too much right now because I would kind of like to finish things here. I need to see map for my reward. Okay, I will see map for my reward after I see these crafting materials into my bank and the rest to the merchant. I don't know. Thinking about balance stuff. Hey, Dead on Stick. Good to see ya. Yeah, market protection. I felt like I wanted some sort of really strong protective option, and so I chose market protection. And then I remembered it has a 45-second recharge, and I got sad again.
Why are you bothering me?
I mean, it's really good at keeping somebody alive if they're getting hounded. It's just you have to pick your target with it really carefully. This guild way more does the opportunity cost thing they wanted to do in Guild Wars 2 than whatever they actually ended up doing in Guild Wars 2. Because Guild Wars 2 didn't anyway. I don't recall if it ever had any skill that felt quite as, like, strong as market protection.
Why me?
Like, you toss market protection on somebody, and they basically just gain all of their health back instantly if they're really under pressure. But yeah, I would totally change this skill to have like a 12-second recharge, a 3-second duration. Not sure if that's quite where things line up mathematically, but something like that. Quarter-second cast time and get rid of your protection prayer is disabled for 5 seconds clause. And leave it at 10 energy because I think it's still worth it. And that's a way more usable skill. Because you can actually get some use out of it. Of like, oh, that person's dying, slap it on them. They're no longer dying. And then you just sidle on over to the next ally. Okay. Time to add some more Eye of the North skills. Cool. Healing Ribbon. Perfect. I'm looking at the list of things. I can't show you because it's a different window, etc. If I scroll down, we can see the new stuff. Sum of All Fears. This needs a PvE version where it's 5 energy. On like a 5-second recharge. Like, it's just not worth it in PvE. In most cases. Body shots are really good, though. I'm glad to have that for the ranger I'm not running. Hang on, I'm going to switch over to Wait, are these... Oh, literally... Yeah, this is a better shield right now. I really need more of a generic tactics shield that's like stance shield. Probably. Body shot, Spotless Soul is like not one I'm super enthusiastic about, but it's alright. I like this better than the Hex one. The problem that I have with the Spotless spells is that they take X seconds to begin having an effect. So it's not a quick cleanse. I would like them a lot better if it was on application and then for X seconds afterwards. Even if that meant that they lasted less long, so they'd still remove the same number. I like Withering Aura decently well, actually. Some useful assassin stuff. Pious Fury is nice, I guess. Anthem of Disruption is cool. Aiming Spear is fine. Okay, let's just sort that stuff in. I give myself 25 Eye of the North skills when I turn in a Monumental Tapestry, so. Okay, let's look deep into the pool for our third vision. I'm looking extremely deep at this loading screen, and we're done. Okay, time to head over. I kind of... This might be weird. I kind of want to work Jorah in. I couldn't tell you. It shouldn't be any different than what I have been doing, like last week. I know I stream at like 720, I think, to try to improve like fluidity, I guess. To try to make sure I have fewer like stutter issues and such. I'm not sure what would be making the visual quality worse. I do know that they're, and by there I mean the ISP, is theoretically doing some updates to the network at some point soonish. I don't know if that started yet or not, and if that could be potentially causing any issues or not. But maybe? Do I want to go... Yeah, let's go from Gunner's Hold up to Ebon Vanguard area. Audio is fine, I hope. I'm not sure what I can necessarily do about like video quality. If it feels different than like last week, everything should be fine on my end, or should be the same on my end. So I'm not sure what would be causing it to be different. Do I have... Okay. Ebon Vanguard points are still lowish. Hello, Ugar Mandofsson.
Why are you here?
Yeah, I want that. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I have great encoder settings. Whoops, I did not mean to grab that. It's very likely that I could be using better encoder settings. Get out of here, Spirit of Quicksand. Oh, I should switch to this shield. Neither shield's going to give me a lot, but this one has a 20% chance of -5 damage, so... Like, again, if you think it's worse than it was last week, then I don't know exactly what's going on, because it's literally the same settings as last week, so... I have not changed it on my end. I would like to be in a position where I can run higher, at least 1080 stuff, but yeah, that could be something with that. Yeah, I don't know on that front.
Are you hunting something? Never.
Yeah, I know I haven't killed very many foes yet. Yeah, I mean, that could be something with that. I think I need to go up and then around, right? I don't typically go this way to get to Bjorn Marches. I'm doing it this time because it feels closer. They were experimenting with stuff. I have the North as a odd spot for me. I don't like what they did with the Great Destroyer at all. What they set up with the Saros Furnace quest about the Great Destroyer, unspeakable, unnameable, I think, something like that, is just way more interesting to me than some sort of hive mind super bug. Well, not only that, not only is the Great Destroyer super underwhelming, which I agree it is, but it also, like, what they'd set up previously in Saros Furnace was so much more, like, potent, I guess, for lack of a better word. Feeling like it just feels like they completely nerfed the Great Destroyer in order to be able to shoehorn it into their Elder Dragon plot that they were devising for the sequel, which I personally do not like the concept of Elder Dragons. Now, I don't know what they've done with it because I've not been following since Heart of Thorns particularly well, and I keep waiting for Wooden Potatoes to continue his Let's Play so I can know what the heck's been going on in Guild Wars 2 Loreland. But that's, not a thing that's been happening for reasons that I'm sure Wooden Potatoes knows, but I don't. But anyway, the point of all this is that at its base, I don't care about Elder Dragons a lick. I know a lot of people love dragons. I know Wizards of the Coast, when they do their customer focus group testing, their market research, they get that people really love dragons. I was always more partial to angels in that game, but people love their dragons. So whatever, that's fine. But I don't know. I just find Elder Dragons super uncompelling. That's a personal me thing, and I know it, but yeah. I mean, if you're gonna do that, at least go Eldritch Horror, I mean, in Guild Wars 1, we kill Abaddon, so I don't know. I mean, granted, he's been weakened and imprisoned for millennia, but I'm trying to decide. Well, I got Savage Slashed. Yeah. I mean, technically, he's still imprisoned, and we're just kind of, like, reattaching his chains and bopping him in the face a couple of times. I don't know. How do I think I need to go this way to get out of these tunnels. Isn't there a boss down there? Yeah, at least the pack leader. Yeah, I think that's the best end fight. Quick and Razor's Edge. The Lich is just... The Lich itself is not hard. Sparks of the Titans are hard, and getting to the Lich is the challenging part of that one, of Hell's Precipice. I have not fought Malix enough to really have an opinion on him. Okay, what do you got for me? Well, I keep my lockpick, so... Yeah, for sure. Again, I've technically only fought Malix once, and it was while I was monkeying, so I was not paying attention to Malix. And we also did the thing where you pull him out of the area. I don't know how much that affects things, but yeah, I was 1000% just focused on trying to keep my party alive and not really paying attention to what the boss was doing. So I have little opinion on Malix. Because I have little experience with Malix. The Doom fight is very long. Yeah, my understanding is the environmental effects are pretty nasty. I remember fighting Doom, and that was just to put Doom back to sleep, if I remember correctly. And it's a sort of epic fight whose gravitas... Like, I personally am not big into boss fights in general, which is weird because I really like the Souls series, but for me, that series isn't so much... Like, boss weapons are really cool, and, like, boss stuff is really cool. Yeah, Fissure of Woe is neat. Yeah. I mean, the one time I did it was with Fear
Who sent you?
on stream, so... Yeah,
Who goes there?
it did. But like bosses are just not a huge thing to me per se. In that like I don't play games for boss fights. So that kind of affects some of my feeling about some of that stuff anyway. Wood. I was hoping to get iron or something out of those. I should just stop salvaging those, hoping to get anything good from them. I need to talk to Ulfin Longeye.
Never anger a Norn.
Okay, let's go hit up the merchant. But yeah, the Fissure of Woe is really neat. But yeah, I like the Doom fight is like, oh yeah, these guys are not minor. Abaddon has been just like literally is super weak. The only reason why we have time that we do against him. Is there any prep that I want to do before heading in here? I don't think so. Do I want to keep running market protection? I think I might switch to Shield of Regen. Be even more energy inefficient. This feels... Breath of the Great Dwarf seems good in an area where you can get set on fire a lot, though. But yeah, I'm not huge into bosses. I can enjoy boss fights, but I like, to me, like the character building and to an extent exploration, but just like give me regular combat encounters that are interesting. It's kind of what I like. Hey, Fear. Good to see ya. The thing that I like about running some of these more expensive monk elites like Shield of Regen, Shield of Deflection actually kind of work decently well on Paragon because you don't need to like make it your entire bar about that, and you can easily slot in like most of the rest of your bar can be adrenaline, so it's not a huge issue. So Underworld definitely feels like more significant to me. Yeah, exactly. It does. But yeah, Underworld feels more substantial to me than Fissure of Woe for some reason. And I feel like it's just because it's gotten a little bit more focus over the years in part. And also just because Ecto is... I don't know how Ecto ended up being a bigger thing than Obsidian Shards. I wish that they'd done more with Obsidian Shards, actually. Kind of like Spirit Wood Planks are super underutilized. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. like you are more easily able to get them, so. Where am I even trying to go? Across here is fine. Oh, yeah. I understand why they added anti-farm code, but also don't like that they have anti-farm code. It's one of those things where like it's if I had farming detection in my game, it would be to make stuff more consistent, not harder. But also I'd mostly be making single player games where you're not trying to balance an economy and like keep people playing a game, and I don't know, there's all sorts of wonky stuff. I wouldn't want to make an MMO though. Yeah. Nor do a single person get 8 times the farm of a full party. Yeah, it's tricky to like figure out how you want to handle stuff. Like, how do you balance drops and all that sort of thing? And I accidentally hit Shield of Regen when I meant to hit Anthem of Envy. Whoops. Yeah, I know. There's some Siege Devourers. It's a bit unique in the sense that its skill system allows for solo farming due to its variety. It was meant to be played and enjoyed primarily as a party-based game. Yeah, it's got some oddities going on because of that, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to just figure out how to balance this sort of thing. Yeah. No, I'll agree with that. A lot of it has to do, though, with being, like, the way that's a party-based game and all that sort of stuff. Again, like, the sort of considerations that you have for playing the game one way versus another are, or like the sort of game that it is, more accurately, is just kind of important. I should really be running an enchanting spear here, but I don't. I mean, I have some, but I guess I'll just swap to my Imperial Dragon Spear. And that's like the nature of like, I don't think I ever want to make an online game just because a lot of the design considerations are ones that that encourage design that I dislike. We'll go with that for the description. Yeah. Ooh. Thank you for that char explosive. It's pretty unnecessary, but I'm doing it anyway because why not? It's like I still prefer Guild Wars 1 systems over Guild Wars 2's though in terms of the impact of multiplayer. Yeah, but you could still merch stuff. And that creates part of the issue. I don't know. It's difficult to kind of, again, like Guild Wars 2 has even bigger issues with any persistent open world game is going to have very specific set of like balance considerations that you don't have in an instance game like Guild Wars 1. But you still have the economic issues in Guild Wars 1 that you need to kind of worry about. Yeah, I much prefer it over the persistent world that Guild Wars 2 has. Like there's so many small things with a persistent world that you have to consider and concern yourself with, from like respawning enemies to repopulating so you can repopulate areas to having to balance encounters for varying numbers of players and like just a bunch of stuff that kind of adds up. Like it doesn't necessarily make it. The impact of it's going to land differently for different people. Yeah, it's that sort of thing. Like, the effect of spawns and all of that is something that I don't. It's crazy, yeah. And then just like, I feel like persistent worlds are going to have a really hard time struggling to not feel like amusement parks to me because of those sorts of effects of like, well, people are always here and we need to have enemies so that they have something to do. And how are we going to do that? All right, how are we going to handle needing to like respawn enemies somehow and have activities for people to do? And I don't know, like Guild Wars 2 might be especially bad in that regard just because while on the one hand I think their concept for what the heck do they call them? The dynamic events. I think that's a really good concept. On the one hand.
Carefully, meat.
On the other hand, the side effect of that, which is it creates this sort of almost amusement park ride with the way that a lot of them are implemented. Are just like, oh, and then this thing comes up and all that sort of schedule stuff. I really do not like that at all. It's a certain sort of immersion breaking, if that makes any sort of sense. But that sort of stuff is not as bad to me as some of the like balance issues of, okay, how do you handle variant numbers of players? And okay, I have enough now to go to get that thing, which I'm not going to until after I visit Doomlore Shrine. And get that on my map. But like, there's all sorts of things that kind of contribute to that sort of amusement park feel. And like, not saying that amusement park is bad, but like, I don't know, it inherently like affects the tone of everything. Like, I just feel like there's an inherent sort of less serious, like the suspension of disbelief is in a different spot. It's like, it's just a less serious feeling thing to me when the game has that greater like amusement park feeling sensation to it. I don't know. Trying to find the right words to sort of express what I'm saying. Hopefully I'm doing okay. And like, the other thing that should be acknowledged is like, different people have different motivations and drivers, and some people really like the social experience. Yeah. And like, for the people where they want that sort of amusement park, they want that more socially oriented experience of like just running across people or hanging out in a maps chat, just chatting or whatever, and having their guild and all that sort of thing. Like, I'm really glad the games exist for those people who want that. It's just not something I'm personally all that interested in. And it's like, I like some of the concepts in theory, but I like the way Guild Wars 1 organizes it so much better. Yes, I feel that it did as well. And like, dynamic events, I think, are a really good idea at base, but the implementation of it was like, because they wanted something to always be active. Like, I want more of the push and pull type thing, and not so much, oh, the Minotaurs are rampaging through the forest again. I want everything, like, I like the idea of dynamic events, less where it's like this event just like dynamically pops up, and more that like the world state is dynamic and the player activity inputs into the world state. But I also don't like how many levels Guild Wars 2 has, because of some of the consequences of that, and like setting zones to specific levels. And I don't like I don't like the tiers of crafting materials. I was just about to say I don't like how many crafting materials it has, and that's not entirely accurate. It's like, I don't like the tiers of crafting. Am I going to need to drop some defense on someone? Probably Mirian, if anyone. I'm going to kind of preemptively do it. Okay. I've had Pyre bug out here once, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Pyre, I'm going to need you to pull that lever. Thank you. Yep. Trying to keep a bit of an eye out on my party, too. Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna wait for energy to equalize so we don't have BIP spam. Okay, I think we're good. There's some people. Well, that was painful. I'm probably gonna get a res shortly here. Okay, Mirian has a resurrection skill. Oh, good. We got a cutscene. That works too. I will accept a cutscene. Cool. Let's go, while I'm thinking about it, back to Gedril of Ascalon in High of the North. That one was clearly a load-bearing boss, a cutscene-bearing boss. Thank you. Yeah. It's the way that I kind of view it is if it's a Prophecies boss, then it's the last target in the group. And if it's not a Prophecies boss, it's probably the first target in my group. Or the first, you know, I'm targeting them first, sort of thing. Don't all of the bosses outside of factions deal double, or outside of Prophecies deal double damage? But then, like, some of them have natural resistance as well, and other things, and other various buffs and stuff. I don't know. It is kind of all over the place. Where was I storing these? My EotN pelts lined up for next week, apparently. Radiant Vitae. I have no idea if that has any value. I can tell you right now, I don't care about the rest of these, though. Yeah.
You look weak.
That makes sense. What services do you offer? I would like to sell you those things. Thank you. Otherwise, I don't know. Anthem of Envy feels clunky. I'm not really setting things on fire, so glowing sickness not great here. That's energy neutral, so not helpful. It's not like I really have any investment in command. Motivation doesn't have any shouts, really. There's some elite ones, but I ain't running those. I could run a copy of Shield Guardian. I think I have one on Ogden, but I can always run another one if I want. I'll just leave this as is. Okay. Warband of Brothers, please. Let's bring your warband. On the other hand, natural resistance makes you very weak to Wishel's worry. Yeah, Spirit of Anguish is dead. Long live the Spirit of Anguish, I guess. Well, I did a bad. I should have waited for these groups to separate. Instead, I aggroed both of them at once, which is not great. I'm going to give that to Mirian. She needs it. Well, that went actually pretty smoothly. I was not, frankly, paying that much attention to enemies, but... I should probably be using some slightly more expensive spear attacks. More expensive spear attacks would mean that I'm spending less adrenaline on attacks and more on things like go for the eyes and such. But well, if we could all just not stand in the meteor shower, that would be good. I'm going to take care of these guys. We're going to come down this way in a moment anyway, so. It's weird to me, the pacing of this branch of Eye of the North, because it's like, it's super front-loaded, because so many of the quests, like the side quests and stuff, are things that you do with the Ebon Vanguard. So you've got several of them that are with the Ebon Vanguard party over in the Eye of the North, kind of where they're based. And then you've got a bunch with, like, Langmar after you've rescued her. So it's kind of this weird effect, I guess. There we go. Approach from that way, because this group runs down that direction, so this allows me to be able to not have to run back for the prison lock. Also, those guys just run off. So we can fight. What the heck is going on? Could somebody explain to me why Vec and Gwen got it in their heads that they should go on a murderous rampage down that direction? Because I'm not sure what caused that. Well, anyway. That weirdness is dealt with. Okay, Seer Fierce Rain.
You want something, meat?
But yeah, going back to something you were mentioning earlier, Dead on Stick, I think part of what's a little bit off about Eye of the North is it doesn't feel like it was made for its own sake. It feels like it was made to try to stitch the Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 lore together. And because of that, like, setup stuff, it's kind of the final big thing. Obviously, Guild Wars Beyond exists and is not small, but like, there's a distinct difference in my mind between the feeling of Eye of the North versus Guild Wars Beyond. And it's kind of like the final big thing that they did like, for Guild Wars 1, and it's not done for its own sake. It's done to kind of serve as a bridge between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. So it's doing a bunch of, like, introductions in order to kind of set that up, and it feels weird to end something with introductions. Yeah, for sure. Guild Wars 2 took a long time to come out. And frankly, I think Guild Wars 2 came out before they were ready for it to come out. It's just, I suspect, I have no proof of this, that they would have loved to have been able to keep working on Guild Wars 2 for a bit longer to try to get things where they wanted it. But NCSoft was like, guys, you've been working on this for 5 years. You need to actually, like, get something out the door. That's my suspicion. I have no evidence to support that, but... Okay, I don't know where that thing is going, but we also don't need to care. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 took a really long time to come out. And I think part of what happened with Guild Wars 2 is that they were just, like, as they were working on Guild Wars 1, they had all of these ideas built up of things that they wanted to do but couldn't. And I think by the time they were actually able to make Guild Wars 2, that had built up enough that, like, they tried to just do too much. Like, they basically described wanting to do a BioWare-style story, except that they did kind of the opposite. By which I mean, like, a BioWare story starts at a singular place that branches out, which is a lot easier to keep track of narratively and to make narratively consistent, because you don't have differing backstories. So anything that happened previously, you know exactly what that is, and kind of like easily account for it. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, instead of having a tree for a story, they have like the roots of a tree going up, where everybody has a different start that then like needs to come together into the same place. And that there's a realism to that, but also it just makes everything really, really complex because you get a lot of combinatorics that way. And so they wanted to try to give the players a lot of choice about how they're doing things, and I kind of feel like that was maybe a little much, but I don't know. That's my opinion on the matter. And not to mention, like, they wanted to do this big epic thing with that while they're trying to figure out how to reinvent. Like, they had a huge thing with trying to redo their combat system pretty dramatically from Guild Wars 1, and I think that was a very slow and iterative process. Yeah. I think that there was... The biggest problem that I had with the Guild Wars 2 story is that it felt very section-y. Like, you could feel, oh, this is this section from this thing, and then this is this section. Like, there wasn't a cohesive... There wasn't none, but there was not enough of a cohesive sense of, like, things flowing from one into another. It was very much, oh, here's this section of things, and then here's this block that's being fit in. So it feels a lot like a kid's blocks, where it's just like, oh, I want the red block here, and then the blue block, and then the green block on top of it. And sometimes you use the purple block instead, but it feels like, rather than making it feel like your choices matter, it feels like your choices don't matter. Not to say that they didn't, like, bring some characters back and things like that. They absolutely did. But one of the problems that you ran into with that is because they brought characters back that people had encountered in their initial story steps. It meant that characters suddenly became significant out of nowhere because their introduction was in a section of the game that you didn't, or like in some narrative that you didn't play. Ogden is, for some reason, getting super beat up on. So it's just kind of an unfortunate side effect where you had, like, those Sylvari, where one was kind of, I don't know, a kind-hearted but maybe somewhat naive feeling one, where this is the one that, like, took care of her, and they were a fine pair, but, like, they could kind of come out of nowhere, or like that one, the CERN professor that, like, suddenly came out of nowhere and stuff. Is like, well, if you played this specific thing, then you would have seen him. It was like, okay, that kind of wasn't great, but then there's also just very sectional. The Jar shall rule. It also just felt super childish in spots. Like, why do these three groups that are ostensibly all trying to fight the dragons, why does it require, like, you and Traherne to come together to unite them? Like, why? They would automatically all start wanting to be working together because they have a common enemy and a common goal, you would think. So it's like, why are they requiring this to kind of come together? Like, why are they requiring you to, like, settle these petty differences? Like, I kind of understand the various nations having, like, being preoccupied with their own troubles, but, like, and then that whole section with just kind of brief. Like, the fact that you chose the Order of the Whispers or the Vigil or whatever, like, it feels like it was supposed to mean more than it practically meant. because it's so quickly transitioned into, okay, now that you've joined this group, let's get them all together into the pact. And like, why they were in conflict with each other in the first place is not clear to me, and why, and like the transition to the pact very quickly kind of made it feel less meaningful. And I personally would have liked to have had the option to not have to join one of the orders and to be able to be like, no, I want to work with a human to do it. Hey, Rara58, welcome. Politics. Each faction believed their way was the best way and didn't want to give up their own plan. No agreements were accomplished. Yeah, I mean, that's maybe an explanation, but that also feels really childish, and like maybe that's realistic, but I also... No, world-ending threats, yeah, people act childish. Unfortunately, as we have seen in the real world. I don't know, I kind of want my fantasy settings to maybe not always be realistic. Yeah, I think it's because I feel like a lot of that stuff is just deeply frustrating in the real world, the way tribal politics work, and it's like, if I can't win, then all of us should lose. It's just like such a really frustrating mindset. Like, if I can't have my way, then we should all just like suffer. I don't know, but like it's one of those things where on one level it's very complicated, and on another it's very simple. Like, because you have a lot of social forces going on. That are kind of like, there's a lot of complexity going on with those, but yeah, it's that sort of thing. And like, you see this too in games where people are like, why are the devs wasting their time developing a feature I don't care about? I wish these other people would, like, I wish the devs would stop wasting time on features that other people will enjoy, but I won't like. It's like, I get where you're coming from, but like, do you understand the internal, or like, why are they implementing this feature instead of fixing bugs? And it's like, do you realize these are separate teams, right? Different people have different responsibilities within the company. That might be true. And part of it could be maybe we just needed to be able to spend more time with them. I don't know. I feel like it's the sort of thing where they could try to make that. I know, right? The graphics designers aren't fixing the bugs. Yeah, it turns out the people making the DLC armor are not the programmers who are having to fix the, I don't know, whatever programmer bug. Turns out. I kind of hope I get this weapon drop up here. I don't need it, but it would be nice. There's a spear that this guy can drop. I feel like, I don't know, it's one of those things where if you want to do complex world building, you kind of need to give it the time to do that. And that's a problem that I actually have with the Prophecies story post-Ascalon. To an extent, post-Northern Shiver Peaks. Because, like, that's a spot where it's trying to move quickly. But I feel like a lot more time could have been spent on some of the world building stuff. And this is where the loss of traditional quests really comes into play. If instead of having to make everything either story missions or dynamic events or hearts, if they had traditional quests where it's like, oh, you're a member of the Order of Whispers, here are different quests that you can do. And maybe like have some mutually exclusive ones or something where it's like, I mean, that'll drive some people crazy, I know, but where it's like, oh, you join this side or that side or whatever. That sort of thing could have been really interesting. Or like where you do this quest or that quest. Like they could have done something with that and have that whole section be like stuff where like, oh, here's a quest where you are helping out one of the other groups, and here's a quest where you're seeing something that they're doing like interferes with what you're trying to do, and like, okay, I see where we're at cross purposes sometimes, and like they could have just spent time with traditional quests where you're going back to your orders base and you're doing and that's a quest hub and stuff. Like the abandonment of traditional quests was, I think, a net negative for Guild Wars 2. Not that like the things that they tried, I think they did a lot of good things with what they tried, but I also think they abandoned too many things that work. And one of those is traditional quests, and we killed the boss without getting his drop, and that's fine. Okay, yeah, there's a bunch more enemies there. I just wanted to kill that one boss, though. Let's not fight all of these. So it's the sort of thing where if they had traditional quests in Guild Wars 2, there's a number of spots where they could have leveraged them. I think that they could have used it effectively to do callbacks to previous story steps. So, for example, the one that always comes to my mind is the Gladium path for the Char, where you help your dad escape. Like, if you do that path, it's like, okay, what happens to your dad then? He's never in contact with you, just vanishes. As far as I know, it's never come back now. It's possible that in something that they've done, they've brought him back somehow. But, like, that character basically just vanishes from then on in the story. It's like, you could have had some sort of traditional quest that comes up that brings follow-up to that. That brings some sense of closure to it or something. And I would have loved to have seen something like that. And, like, in order to build things up with your order, they could have had a section where it's like, oh, you just have a bunch of quests. And, like, kind of like how in factions you need to build up factions, like, maybe you have ranks in your order that you need to build up by doing various quests and stuff like that, rather than just randomly getting promoted, like field promotions in a story step. And, like, this is a different design philosophy in general, I suppose, but I just would have liked to have seen that sort of thing more, because I would have found that to be a way that they could have, like, built up what's going more, rather than everything having to be big story all the time, or, like, super monumental. Having more, this is, like, okay, your day of the life sort of stuff. I would have liked to have seen. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of my point on that matter. Dominators need to be a higher priority target because they have resurrection skills. Exhibit A. Chant attempt. Hey, Roan, Fierce Heart. What are you guys degenning from? You appreciate that ArenaNet tries innovative stuff, but the idea of using achievements collections as traditional side quests, although interesting and you enjoy collections, didn't really provide a side story narrative as well as traditional side quests. No, like the collections and achievements I think are good ideas. But the problem with collections is that it's really hard to bake story into that. It's basically just some sort of variety of, like, fetch quests. Or scavenger hunt, which, like, has merit and is absolutely worth doing and is enjoyable, but, like, exactly, as you said, it doesn't provide the side story narrative as well as traditional side quests, and I absolutely agree with that. It doesn't, and that's... And I agree. I appreciate that they try innovative stuff. Sometimes that innovation gets in the way of what would be better design. In my opinion. I still don't know why they decided to get rid of energy. I don't think that was... I think that that's something that you could maybe do, but, like, it's really hard to get rid of energy and have it They needed different enemy design if they wanted to be able to do it. But I don't actively play Guild Wars 2, so I don't know where the state of things are at this point. So keep in mind that a lot of any critiques that I tend to level towards that game are going to be based off of mostly sort of where it was for the first, like, I don't know, 8 months after launch and a little bit of Heart of Thorns stuff. What snares do we have? That guy looked like he got snared by something. None of those are snares. None of my skills snare. Yeah, I'm just confused. I don't think I have any snares. No, none of those. I mean, that's a snare for your spells, technically. I don't know. Don't know why it looked like he suddenly went slow. Oh, you know what it is? It's because one of these allies of Pyre has ice magic. Yeah, I heard Icebreed Saga had some issues. My impression from what I've seen from like Wooden Potatoes adjacent stuff is that Icebreed Saga started off really strong and then kind of tripped at the end. That's kind of the impression that I've gotten. And I have generally heard that people think that it got better, that they've gotten better at storytelling as it's gone on, which I'm glad to hear. I do think that the personal story that they started off with was overly ambitious. And I'm not... Like, it's overly ambitious when you consider that they're also making this huge open world with all these dynamic events and hearts and all of that. And also making World v. World, and also trying to do the SPVP scene. Like, I think that they're just trying to make too much game. They still don't have Polymach, as far as I know. Which feels weird when it's... It feels kind of like... They set up Polymach in this game to be an important aspect of a CERN culture. It's kind of like the CERN version of chess or something that, like, oh, everybody's played it at least once. And then it's just, they never implemented it. And, like, I get it on the one hand because, like, it's just yet another thing to implement in a long string of things to implement, but... It's also... yeah, there those things go. Okay. These are kind of nasty here. Not the Blade Masters, the effigies. Wish I could do more to help, but I'm getting wrecked by this a little bit. I'm gonna drop one of these on myself. Okay. Got through the effigies without too much trouble. I'm gonna wait for everyone and, you know what, give me some energy too. I can tell the bip to bip me. Why not? Okay, I don't know how much Maltooth is gonna focus on me. I don't like that meteor shower. Drag my party over to the side a little bit. There we go. That went extremely smoothly. Also, I just unlocked Paragon shot. So I will add skills for Pyrosphere Shot in a moment here. At this point, this is a little bit perfunctory, but... Ding, I switched down to 1. Okay, where is Pyrosphere Shot? Add 1. Okay, the question is, did I get anything new that's of interest? Rapid Fire is okay. I like Expert Focus. Expert Focus... I like this with... It's raining outside, and I love the sound of rain, which is why I suddenly stopped speaking. I'm like, oh, I'm listening to the sound of rain. Expert Focus I like with some of the more repeatable lower recharge bow attacks. Zojin / Point Blank and the other one. Penetrating / Sundering shots. I like Expert Focus with those because it makes them easier to spam. Even with high expertise, they can be kind of pricey. I have not watched Babylon 5. I've watched through all of Star Trek now, though, for the most part. Not Lower Decks, and we're kind of lagging in Discovery seasons because we're getting watching those on DVD from the library. Star Trek Nemesis we're going to finally be able to watch. It's been like a year that we've had it on hold, but there's one copy in the library system, so it was quite a slow process. I also agree with you, Clean Star. I feel like preparations are kind of... gotcha. Preparation duration feels balanced around PvP. I see. I see. And as a result, they're kind of clunky in PvE.
I'm not impressed.
I'm prepared to win this battle. I kind of feel like swapping over to Healing Breeze and Healing Hands. I have Healing Hands, so I could do that. Hang on, what would my skills look like if I did that? Yeah, that's +7. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to. Gotcha. Yeah, I know how that goes. I've got so many stuff on my watch later list. Maybe we'll get the Star Wars topic this month. Yeah, watch laters can get quite full. Downstick's referring to... I have a Patreon, and I have a monthly podcast that I do with the topics selected by patrons. They're usually around the 10 to 15 minute range, but sometimes I've gone on a bit longer. Star Trek Picard is too cynical for the Star Trek universe. It's been pointed out that this is kind of an issue with Kurtzman's era in general. Where the heck did I have these? Over here. What is this one? Undertakers? you also wanted to download those videos for offline, so you spend a lot of time figuring out OAuth and stuff that you can call the API. Oh, wow, that's annoying. Yeah, I can understand. I think Section 31 was a mistake. I personally really like... this is usable for a hero. I'm going to hang on to that. That's not, like, great, but I feel like I'd use that on hero. I overall personally liked DS9 probably the most. I don't know, like, quick rundown of Star Treks. I mean, they all have kind of... I think DS9's my favorite. The original series...
You want something meat?
As long as you can enjoy the camp from its era, I think the original series is a good time. Season 3 is a little bit weaker. Overall, I liked Next Gen. It does start off very weak, in my opinion, and like Season 2 gets to be the okay spot, and it really starts hitting its stride around Season 3. And then Season 7 was just super inconsistent. Some episodes were like really good, and others were kind of terrible, in my opinion. Everybody's going to, of course, have a little bit of a different opinion on what they like. You didn't like DS9 as a Star Trek? Yeah, I think for some people, this goes down to like what makes a thing a thing. So like this is something that I had with Daniel Craig's era of James Bond. Is to me a lot of Daniel Craig's James Bond era just is not James Bondy enough, especially Casino Royale. Like, hi, Mr. Jack. Casino Royale. Like of the flying a ship around, I think TNG is probably the strongest. I like DS9 because I like more of a little bit of continuity of narrative, and I liked a lot of the stuff that it did. And also, like, I'm a big fan of the Verkozigan saga of books, and that's kind of given me a love for space stations as a side effect somehow. So I think that also kind of factored into it. And I liked a lot of the exploration of religious elements that they did in DS9. Voyager, I overall enjoyed. I did not like the finale at all. And like the first season was kind of like middle, and then like the second season was absolutely terrible. And I think by the third season they kind of like figured out where Voyager needed to be more and kind of got it into a decent spot. But I feel like the premise of Voyager isn't very good. Like I feel like it's a weak premise because it leads to this sort of effect where to some extent the overarching like the original series / TNG premise of we're on a mission of exploration works really well, and that makes me somewhat hopeful for Brave New Worlds, whatever the Captain Pike series is, if they kind of follow more of the original series TNG model. But just being open-ended and just like, oh, let's just go explore, works really well for what Star Trek wants to be. Voyager has too much like background narrative pressure of we're trying to get home going on, and that to me sort of distracts from some of what's going on. I really, really like the relationship between Tom and B'Elanna, though. That one's really, really well done. And the episode with the race, the shuttle race, I think it is. I forget exactly what the vehicle was, but that race where like they handled sort of the tension points in their relationship really well and in a really mature way that I really loved seeing portrayed on screen. Do I want to have them in this order, or do I want to have them in the other order? We'll keep them this way for now. Yeah, Delta Flyer, that's it. Thank you. And I enjoyed The Doctor by Picardo. Chakotay was from an era when they didn't know how to handle Native Americans very well in American media. What am I doing here? Okay. Safely using Siege Devour. It's over this way for sure. Whereas, like, let's be respectful, but in a way that kind of missed how to actually do that. Enterprise. I mean, I think I have a whole video on Enterprise on my YouTube channel, but because again, I have the monthly patron podcast, and I think it came up for one of them. But Enterprise, I overall liked.
You may be useful.
The ending was not a good ending for Enterprise, or like the final episode or whatever. It was not a good ending for Enterprise, but I felt it was a good finale for that era of Star Trek, which is kind of a weird thing. They didn't quite know how to handle it, and I didn't quite like was it the Xindi? Season 3. I thought it did a really good job of being a Star Trek prequel. It did take me a while to get used to that theme song. But I do like the song. It's just kind of out of place at first for what I was used to, and it took a while for me to get used to it. I don't know why they decided they needed to do a different arrangement of that song for I was slow on that Healing Breeze. But I don't know why they felt the need to do a different arrangement of that song, but yeah, I don't know why it has the reputation it has. Like, I feel like Voyager and Enterprise have reputations for not being very good, and I'll agree that Enterprise or that Voyager starts off kind of like middling and goes real bad in the second season, but then it becomes quite solid, I think, overall up until the ending. Yeah, exactly. But overall, like, I think that now I did have a problem with Enterprise at first, where like in the first several episodes, it took me a while to figure out the difference between Reed and Trip. Like, I just conflated them, and the difference in, like, it's very, very different from Star Trek previously. I forget what my exact targets are here. I think it's these guys back here, actually. This is such a weird step that I don't quite follow. Because it doesn't clearly spell out what exactly your targets are supposed to be here. Okay, that's not exactly what I had in mind, but I guess you do you. Okay, can I stop standing in this meteor shower, please? Thank you. Yeah, I feel, I mean, I've heard that there's the whole growing the beard thing, which is the idea that follow me, which is the idea that like TNG starts off kind of bad, and then season 2 is where Riker grows the beard and it starts being actually good. I feel like season 2 is a much stronger than season 1, but still kind of weak in my opinion. But I mean, it's been a while. Like, it took us like 3 years to watch through everything. Star Trek Discovery is really weird for me in that there's a bunch of stuff that I have enjoyed about it, but also I kind of wish it wasn't the Michael Burnham and Friends show. I wish it was more ensemble. And it's like, it's struggling really hard to figure out how much it's like, how much do we have a main character versus how much, what the heck am I supposed to kill to make you happy? Do I need to kill these two over here? I'm not even sure. But like, to some extent, it's the Michael Burnham show. To some extent, it's the ensemble crew of the Discovery. And it's really struggling. Okay, apparently it was. I can just leave this here. But yeah, Picard was way too... Star Trek Picard was way too cynical about the world. And, like, Star Trek... Part of what I like about Star Trek is it's fundamentally has an optimistic view of the future. It's painting... It is saying, see the screwed up world we have now? We can grow out of this. We can develop our culture and society beyond this. We don't have to be stuck in a screwed up society where we devalue people and dehumanize people and make people suffer needlessly. And like a lot of the dreams and goals of like a post-scarcity society, post-resource scarcity, is something that's really, really appealing to me. And the idea that we're able to like have more regard for each other, to where a lot of the woes that plague us socially are able to kind of be taken care of or addressed, is something that I really like. And to kind of say, oh no, everything's actually bleak and terrible after all, is not a take that I really like. It's kind of like the problem that I have with The Last Jedi is that it is a subversive take on Star Wars in a property that is, Star Wars is inherently a it is the most trope loving, like it is built on tropes. It is not a subversive property, is the absolute opposite of, it is the distillation of tropes. And Star Trek is like built on optimism and like bright shiny future, and kind of like taking that away from it kind of undermines it, in my opinion. Let's see. For you, the problem with Discovery is that because it's telling a story arc over the season, it doesn't make much time for character development. Compared to TNG, Voyager, DS9, where they have so many episodes and therefore space to make episodes where you find out about the characters and their families, backgrounds, likes, dislikes. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think Star Trek works a little bit better when it's more episodic, more like I don't mind kind of a little bit of an overarching like trend of things going on, but the focus of the show absolutely should be more slice of life. It should. Woo. Yep, that is Molotov Rocktail for you. Like, as a show, it works better as a slice of life sort of thing. Hi, I'm gonna stand in your face. Okay, nothing I have can possibly compensate for that guy's damage. Yeah, Molotov absolutely rocked me. And like having more slice of life where you can have, you know, Data's Day as an episode, or where you can have an episode that's focusing specifically on Tom and Belinda's relationship, or, you know, Miles and Julian, you know, doing something together. Like when you can have those episodes that focus in on specific characters and what they're going through and stuff. Yeah, I want to watch Laura's Decks. We just don't have Paramount Plus. So I would need to see about if they have the discs at the library for rental and stuff. Okay, so it kind of bothers me that Molotov Rocktail and his friends here are the only wild devourers in the Char homelands. You'd expect a lot more in a place when they have such an emphasis on Devourers, but... Oh, yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that's the one where they're looking at, like, a collection of other crew members, right? I'm trying to remember exactly. But... like, that sort of thing is really cool. And, that is a good question, Chicken Pie. It is based off of... So my familiarity with a booster league would be from Magic the Gathering. Other trading card games may have it as well. But the idea is that you have a booster pack, and you open a set number of packs, and you make a deck, and then each week you add a new pack to potentially have new cards to add to your deck. I took that idea and did it for skills. Thank you, Shardrax, I think that is, for the follow. I appreciate it. A little hard spot to see on my screen, but thank you very much. So the idea behind a skill booster league is somewhat comparable, where I start off... It's the way that I'm currently running it. You could make your own rule set for, like, when you get booster packs and how many and all that sort of stuff. The way I set it up was for a new character. So this guy has started one since I first made him in 2020. And the idea is that you get packs of skills for hero usage because, again, this was a new character. He didn't have any skills available to him when I first made him. So the way I kind of ran it is I would get a booster pack of skills from a world region when I got to a new region in that world. So, for example, when I first started off, I got some skills. It was a little bit wonky with the way that I did it with starting off with this particular character, just because I wanted to start him off without any elite skills and then add some elite skills when I got Signet of Capture. But the basic idea is I'd get a booster pack from that campaign featuring skills of that campaign when I got to a new world region in that campaign. So, Easton, Korna, Vabi, the Desolation, Realm of Torment, as an example. Or the Shiver Peaks, Ascalon, Kryda, Meguma, and Crystal Desert, and Ring of Fire from Prophecies, as another example. So those would be times when I'd get a new pack of skills or when I got a new hero. So when I got Pyre Fearshot just a little bit ago, I got a skill pack of skills from Ranger, I think Prophecy Ranger skills plus Eye of the North Ranger skills in a pack. And so that determines what skills I have access to for my heroes. And the numbers in the corners here, it's kind of like a codex in that way, but the numbers in the corner are how many copies I can have across my team. So I could only have one hero running Defy Pain, for instance, because I have one copy of it, but I could have 3 heroes with, or up to 3 heroes using Counterattack because I have 3 copies of that. Where this tends to matter more is on some of the more powerful skills. So, like, I have one copy of Unnatural Signet, so I can only run 1 copy of Unnatural Signet across my whole team of heroes. And there's some spots where this can matter more than others and stuff like that. And once you get far enough, like, this is a very mature skill booster league, so it's not super restrictive. However, I don't... The reason why I'm running Mend Ailment over here on this Smiting Monk, Smiting Prop Monk, is because I don't have... And the reason why I'm running Sigma Judgment is because I don't have a whole lot of other alternatives that I'd want to run. So, for example, I don't have... where is it? I don't have Smite Condition. So it should be right in this area. As you can see, I don't have it, so I just don't get access to that skill. It creates for a different experience. The thing that I like most in this game is Buildcraft. The idea behind a skill booster league is it would be kind of like a codex, but one that would kind of like evolve over time by adding new stuff to it and kind of restrict in slightly different ways. This is a challenge program I made, so it has more stuff than just the skill booster league. It has the ability to generate codexes. As you can see, I just popped one up right now. This is actually a semi-usable one because it has some useful skills. It probably needs to have more skills than the sort of default amount. You can tweak codex settings over here. And then there's also other challenges. There's rules, for example. I'm not going to use these, but things like your party skills must be split 5 primary and 3 secondary, and things like that. So I like the build craft of this game a lot, and so these are just different ways that I've kind of experimented around with that. Or things like, here is the, like, you do this, and like, okay, these are the skills you're using in your party, or your party has to include these skills in it. There's also just like, oh, you're going to have to use this template in your team. I also have Template Draft, which is based on Wooden Potatoes Monster Draft. And you can just load in different draft stuff, draft sets. I think in the Settings tab, you specify what your template draft deck is here. So you can also view the current deck. This will pop up a separate window that doesn't get captured in OBS right now, so you wouldn't be able to see it. But yeah, go over the ice to fuel some healing spells. That is what is going on there. So Skill Booster League is another concept in here that I personally quite enjoy. I do at some point want to figure out a rule set for running with an established character, because the only rule set that I've done so far has been for characters that I've made fresh to kind of try to mimic that concept of new player experience where you don't have all the skills available to you. I just didn't... the way I was applying it was based around that concept, and I think it would be a good idea at some point to come up with a rule set that isn't for a character starting off fresh. I just haven't taken the time to figure that out yet. But that's what a Skill Booster League is, as well as some other stuff. And if you use the tool command, which I'm typing in chat now, you can get a download link for the tool if you want to check it out yourself, and a video that kind of overviews everything in a little bit more detail and showing you some of the stuff that I can't easily show you there. So... yeah, one of the things I like about Paragon is it can be really flexible if you want to be flexible with it. There's some argument that I should probably swap from shield over to my healing focus, actually. So I'm going to do that. It gives me more maximum energy and can sometimes make these cast faster / recharge faster.
You may be useful.
But I've enjoyed doing Skill Booster Leagues with some various characters. Why do I feel like they normally spawn over here? Maybe? No, I normally come around that side? I don't know. I'm feeling confused at the moment. Yeah, you could absolutely do stuff like that. I have really bad news for you, and it's that spirits are actually a bad idea against a Paragon with Holy Spirit. It's like the basic strategy of just absolutely smashing your team. It doesn't seem like it's that complicated, but... yeah, Splinter Weapon is super strong. There's other stuff that you can do, actually, with this. You can figure out what you want for your own rarities for skills. I just use a standard common, uncommon, and rare, but you can have more rarities if you want. You just put them in here. You will have to revise all of your sets because it's on a global basis rather than a per set basis, because I made a decision that I shouldn't have made, but here we are. I should have done it on a per set basis, but like... then you'd also have to go through every single skill and assign it on a per set basis for what rarity it is, and that sounds like a giant pain in the rear end. So you can assign rarities to skills, and they'll just have that globally across whatever set they're in. But you can also set skill ratings. So like you can see I have Aegis at a rating of 4. Skill ratings are things that I had made at a point in time. I had a whole project where I was reviewing every single skill in the game. So you can find those on my YouTube channel if you want to have something to watch for the next 4 days. I don't think that's even a joke. But what the ratings functionally do is when skills are being randomly selected, higher rated skills show up less often, and lower rated skills show up more often. Like it slightly tweaks the the drop rate, I guess you could say. It's interesting because I think if I were to do it again, I would revise a number. I'd revise some of the commentary. I think there's a bunch of stuff that I kind of like still agree with in abstract. Like Shelter in abstract is an okay skill, but not amazing. It's only in the context of like Soul Twist that it becomes amazing. And it's like some of it is a little bit like abstract from the actual contents or context of like the game we're playing in to an extent. Like some skills are like better or worse in an abstract sense. Like the synergies of, because like there's a lot of stuff that I rated 2s because it's like very specific synergy type stuff where it's like they're used a lot because the synergy is good, not because the individual skills by themselves are good, sort of thing. Yeah, Armor of Unfeeling does help with that too, for sure. Which was the one I was wanting? I mean, that's not max either way, so it doesn't really matter. Ooh, Iron Ingot. Crippling is kind of nice if you're making a grip shot bow, but that's just not relevant.
You look weak.
Services do you have to offer? Okay, let's go finish this branch of things. This is another spot where Healing Hands is probably good enough. All right, Rowan Fierceclaw. Let's
I'm not impressed.
go after Burnt Soul's stronghold. But I also have been running the Skill Booster League from like start to finishing the campaigns in Eye of the North. So Eye of the North is the only thing this guy has left to do. Is that what I said? Because there's also the like. There's the review project, and then there was the like, let's see if I were to rebalance it, what things might I try doing project. So you might be listening to that one. That one's a bunch of stream VODs. I literally don't remember all the things I said for those. And a lot of them are like, this is an idea of things to try because it's hard to kind of like fully assess some of the like, what changes would you make without having more information or more time to think. Like, there's a lot of off-the-cuff stuff in that. I do think Blackout is a bit tricky. I mean, that's an interesting idea. You could also do... I don't know. Blackout's a tricky one because it's hard to make it apply well in PvE, but at the same time it tends to be very powerful in... Or it's hard to make it apply in PvE, but at the same time it's very powerful in PvP. I want you to target the gate. Let's have this one target the bluff, I guess. Where's the Armored Saurus? Over there. I don't like being this far back. I want to get closer to the Armored Saurus. This is where Ignite Arrows is actually bad for the enemy because it allows us to heal more off of something like Healing Hands. which is amusing. Did it bust the gate? No, it's almost busted the gate. But like, that's not a bad idea for a skill. It would be... potentially tricky to implement, but... we got ourselves some very dramatic music right now. Yeah, they start running, that's fine. Let's actually go around here. I had to temporarily flag my heroes because one of them got the idea in their head that they should chase down that group of enemies. Which is not what they should be doing. Yeah, because that's the one that instantly recharges your skills if they get interrupted, right? And it's like, this is not an effect that I particularly find useful. But I'm not sure how to change it into an effect I would find useful. I imagine is more or less the spot that I ended up in. Okay, well, we don't need to go any further than that. I feel like this is a spot where it's probably a good idea to go ahead and just switch to Delver. That could be interesting. Something like if one of your hex spells... actually, if one of your hex spells ends prematurely, it's recharged, and you get some energy back. Could be kind of interesting. It would have to have some caveats because, like, synergy with suffering might be a bit wonky. But you could definitely do something interesting there. Let's go after some of these Chari. Apparently they had it out for Gwen. Yeah. Yeah, you could absolutely do kind of like a next time on it. Although if you're doing that, you're going to need to figure out... where is... Mirian's over there, okay. You're going to need to figure out... okay, you know, I'm just switching back over to Rebel Yell for... okay, Hierophant Burnt Soul, basically down. Is down, excellent. I guess a little bit of a thing to try to figure out. But I do like the idea of it being something that, like, can benefit your hexes. I think that's interesting.
What news?
You don't talk to Captain Langmar here. You
What
can
news?
get stuff off of others, but I'm going to grab
you
these
still here?
quests,
Are you still here?
and I'm going to go ahead and trigger this dialogue as well, because this also leads to some quests. I'm not going to do them just yet. Maybe when I finish the Great Destroyer in the Skill Booster League on this guy. I mean, you could do something like, if one of your hexes ends prematurely, it's reapplied one time, or something like that. Yeah. No, for sure. Like, it's an interesting sort of thing, and try to figure out, like, having something that would help you overcome hex removal would be kind of interesting. At the same time, like, hex removal probably needs to be a little bit stronger in some instances. I still feel like Divine Favor should probably affect any spell you cast that targets an ally, not just monk ones. Resto monks would probably become pretty strong at that point, but that's another matter. I mean, I still feel like Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul should probably scale slightly differently, so you have to have higher investment to actually get the same sort of strength out of them. Like, keep the 15 at the same spot, but lower everything else, so that way, like, they're not quite as potent on secondary. What does this guy even want again? I don't remember.
Report in.
Oh, right. This is a guy whose gut was ruined. Yeah, he can only eat fibrous mandragora roots. Has some stance stuff. I can sell us in exchange. You could have joined in on the chat. Yeah, I definitely think some people found the stream because of working on those. There's a lot of looking at skills. To some extent, I think there's also just room to discuss, like, philosophies of how you'd handle the professions and stuff. There's definitely room to think about if I were told, like, okay, you can take all of the lessons you've learned from making from Guild Wars 1, how would you approach doing things to try to make a more sustainable framework? Because one of the things that is a real issue that I ran into.
How can I help?
Yes, I would like this quest, please. And I think she took, yeah, the preserved red iris flower. But there's a lot of stuff learned, and one of the things is, and I think Wooden Potatoes was right about that about this. Izzy has talked about this, that there's a huge sustainability issue with Guild Wars 1's design, like, format. Let's see, I need to add 25 skills here. None of these stand out to me. Okay. We will. I meant to do that. Purifying Veil. Shell Shock is okay. Vampiric Assault's really awkward because it's in Deadly Arts. Crippling Victory is one that I've been wanting to use earlier. Holy Spear is nice. I like Holy Spear. I'm not really intending to do a whole lot of changes to my team, though. I might think about it some. But I don't want to miss anything. Final Vision. I know where that is. All right. But one of the sustainability problems is you can't just keep adding new professions because you run into this, and ArenaNet did a really good job of finding space for them to exist. But you start running into these issues. It's kind of like if your plan for Magic the Gathering was to add new colors with new mechanics rather than just new mechanics, where you run into this issue. And this is how I'd kind of approach it, in part, is I would consider adding like new mechanics. I think the idea of adding like a new attribute line, maybe two. I'd have to think about this. But adding new attribute lines with new expansions to each class, maybe a primary and a non-primary or something like that, could work because then you segregate skills, so it prevents some of the issues that you get from adding more stuff.
Are you still here?
Could work. So like leadership could be a warrior alternate attribute, right? With something like a combination of command and motivation as another attribute. Dagger mastery and critical strikes could have been ranger attributes as another example. So I think that there's like some ways that you could do some stuff like that that could be really interesting. You'd have to figure out how you, and kind of go more like the trait, the kind of a more conceptual space of like traits where maybe you can't use both primary attributes at the same time. I'm okay with the 8 skill slot limit. You do fundamentally get different balance. It's kind of like if there's a Pokemon game where you had 5 skills instead of 4, it fundamentally changes the balance structure of things. That said, I would love to have some sort of option for 2 elites, at least in PvE. I would be okay with a rune, like a superior rune, maybe. You could do a superior rune that's like minus 75 max HP, but you can equip a second elite, or some sort of rune that's like you cannot use PvE only skills, but you can use a second elite, something like that. Could be really interesting. I think regardless though, adding new professions becomes really difficult. Okay, the minor illusion on this is not worth anything. The prodigies is absolutely worth something. Radiant and Vitae. Radiant's not worth anything. Vitae is worth a little bit, so I'll pull the Vitae out. Okay, I might give the Radiant on that to a hero. Do I have any heroes here that... Okay, you are equipped. Okay, she's got some survivor pieces. Yeah, she's running survivors. Okay, he doesn't have any prefixes. Congratulations, you're getting a radiant chest piece. But yeah, some sort of thing that lets you do 2 elites would be kind of interesting. But yeah, if you keep adding professions, the thing that you kind of run into as the problem that develops from that is this specific space of like, what is the difference between a warrior and an assassin? What's the difference between a warrior and a paragon? Like, you can find some amount of that, but after a while, you're going to kind of like slowly whittle that away, and it becomes harder and harder to find the separating designation between professions, and that's just kind of a really difficult thing to kind of contend with. My team is very defensive. Yeah, I think I want to change Mirian to be more offensive. I feel like I have too much defense on this party right now. And I feel like Mirian's a good contender for having a more offensive bar, because this is just not that strong. I mean, I could literally move her to Spear Master if I wanted to, and give her a spear. I don't think that would be worth it, though. What would she do with it? Bow would be interesting as well, but it has the same issue. She could use Spear of Lightning. Hang on. So the advantage of going Spear would be that it would afford her, like, less energy requirements. She could probably drop Signet of Lost Souls. What options do I have? If I wanted to go slash a caster on her. Part of the problem is I don't think I have a whole lot of like slash caster stuff that would be great. I go like Wastrel's Worry and Demise on her. May not be bad actually. It does put me a bit down on the healing front, or on the resurrection front, but you know, I think I'm okay with that. If Unyielding Aura and Restore Life kind of get wiped out, I'm okay with just wiping and just restarting. Okay, I can run a Cry of Frustration on her as well. That seems good. It gives me 2 Cries of Frustration. Do I think I need another Shatter Hex? I don't think so. Yeah, I feel like that might be a little redundant. I don't think I want to try to run Backfire. It's the sort of thing where Unnatural Signet would be fine, except I only have the 1 copy of Unnatural Signet, so I couldn't run that on her anyway. I don't really want Power Spike. I wonder how well they'd use Overload. I don't think I care enough to try, but it is an interesting question. Maybe there's some blood magic that I'd want to run in those last 2 slots. Blood magic's kind of weak in my opinion, but... You know, Mark of Fury might not be bad. Put Mark of Fury on. Yeah, I'm just not sure if it's worth trying to do or not. Maybe I will put it on. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and roll with Overload. Why not? That was one of the ones up here I remember seeing. Okay, and I'm not overlapping. Let's see, this is mostly... Yeah, okay, none of those are... Cry of Frustration I have multiple copies of. Okay, that should be fine. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, though. She's got Signet of Lost Souls, and Bip only requires 1 energy to use, and she's got Soul Reaping, so... The big thing is I want more damage, because I feel like my damage is a bit weak. And, like, this guy is kind of in a weird spot. But, like, we've got... There's... I don't know, there's some... This guy's kind of a blend, but kind of an awkward blend. This is all healing. This is kind of like half and half. There's a little bit of additional healing over here. I don't know. I just felt like I was a little bit... Oh, Vec is running Men, Body, and Soul, and Pyro's Leaming. Pyro's Leaming is a bunch of condition removal. I think I'm okay with this. Oh, hey, Thackeray. I'll grab that for later. And get started on that already. Okay, time for Destructions, or for Heart of the Shiver Peaks. Destructions Depths. It's not Destructions Depths time. We have to do Heart of the Shiver Peaks first. But yeah, I feel like just adding new professions is just not the way to go, because finding distinct ideas for them. The other thing, though, is I would take an approach where I was adding mechanics in campaigns, and it's like, oh, this campaign has these mechanics. Kind of like how Magic the Gathering does it. Magic the Gathering is a card game with which I have the most familiarity. I played a little bit of the Pokemon trading card game, and it was technically the first one I played, but... Anyway, the idea of like, oh, factions has binding rituals and weapon spells and item spells, maybe. And so like you have like Mesmers get some negative weapon spells, and the only way to get rid of weapon spells is to apply weapon spells. So it's like, oh, that enemy has a weapon spell on them. I'm going to apply my weapon spell to them that's a negative one to try to get rid of their positive one, and things like that. I think would have been really interesting. And like you could have like, I don't know, restoration type stuff with some of those positive binding rituals in Monk and some of the offensive ones in Necromancer and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe. They're very different game systems, though, and translating stuff can always be a little bit of a challenge. I'm more talking about like the general philosophy of how to approach stuff, because it definitely the sustainability thing becomes an issue. I just tried to use Go for the Eyes there. I don't know why. I didn't have the adrenaline for it. What? Seems to knock that over. Oh, you know, I bet it's just interrupted in the middle of doing something. Oh, of course. Sign of Judgment. Duh. That's a knockdown. Sometimes you forget what skills your team has. And then you get confused about how your team did an effect that's on a skill that they have. Then you get to feel silly. Boy, she's got a lot of stuff we tossed on her. But there's probably some stuff in Guild Wars 2 that could be used as ideas as well. Of course, if we were kind of approaching this, it would be from a... Guild Wars 2 doesn't exist at this point sort of standpoint, but... that doesn't mean that you can't still look at ideas from it. I want to go talk to High Priest Alcar. I can turn this quest in. An interesting question. Would I want to wait to do that so I could get alchemical acid to use against the destroyers in the next thing? That's an interesting question. If I did that, I would replace Breath of the Great Dwarf with Alcar's alchemical acid. order to have that as an offensive tool. I don't think I want to do that. I don't think my bar is really set up for handling that.
Seek the dwarves.
This is really good against the destroyers, although at this rank of dwarf, it's a bit weak. Of course, now I have this armor salvation to cart around, but that's not too big of a deal.
You seek the dwarves.
Okay, Heart of the Surfpeaks time. But yeah, so like the idea is, oh, in factions you have access to, like, they add skills with these mechanics, and then the next campaign they do different mechanics, and you can maybe bring some of them back later and stuff. Yeah, there's no dodge roll mechanic. There used to be evasion, but they got rid of that. And just made everything block, which, to be fair, I think was a reasonable decision to make to try to simplify a very complex game. That said, there was some stuff that you got from having what was effectively the same state, but two different versions of it, because you'd have some skills that cared about one and not the other, and vice versa. I don't know how many of y'all remember evade. A bunch of ranger stuff evaded. I don't remember whirling defense, but escape I'm pretty sure was evade. And then there was some skills cared about evade. Like Sun and Moon slash, it used to be that one of the strikes was unblockable and the other was unevadable. And that was kind of a neat thing. Yeah, like Guild Wars 1 is much more like, it's a very different sort of thing. Like Guild Wars 1 is not a game designed around jumping, so I have no problem with it not being there. I understand that a lot of people will enjoy bunny hopping though. And yeah, you could absolutely like tweak them to work a bit differently. You could also just apply them in strategically different ways where, say, maybe you make it so that way block skills or skills that cap out at like 75%. But evade is more like you evade the next attack against you type thing. Rather than having a percent chance, it's just like, oh, if it's going to last for multiple, it does this. I don't know. Different ways of maybe conceptually doing things. But yeah, you could just make them mechanically different. I like them being... I kind of like them both being there. I also kind of understand why you'd remove one to try to simplify the game, though. So there's like pros and cons both directions. I wonder, and I've never evaluated this, but I wonder, like, how would you even evaluate this? I feel like if you're, like, had access to some of ArenaNet's information, you could do this. I wonder, like, what percent, like, usage of the different maps for dungeons, like, what that looks like. That was maybe not entirely clear. Yeah, I like having both for... Like, there's some mechanical things that you get from having both that you don't get from having just one. And there's a lot of, like, flavor stuff that you get from having both that you don't get from having just one. And, like, there's a bunch of skills like escape. Dodge, for example, was evade. I'm pretty sure. That you just kind of, like, lose some of the nuance when it's block. Of like, why does dodging block things instead of evade them? It's like, well, it used to evade them. Why isn't there like a one-shot Ballad of Restoration effect in Healing Prayers? Just like the next time target ally takes damage, that ally is healed for X amount. Like it doesn't prevent the damage, it just does a straight heal. Kind of like Healing Hands and stuff. But for one skill. Hmm. Yes. And no. So, it's a worse reversal of fortune in that if the hit is more than so reversal of fortune, like let's say it's capping at 65. If you are hit for, a 70 damage hit, then, or like a 65, yeah, like a 70 damage hit, then it is effectively healing, or for that full 65, it is effectively healing for 130. A healing prayer, or like a healing prayers version that just healed for a set amount, would always heal for that amount regardless of how much the hit was for. I guess it's kind of like Vampiric Weapon now that I think about it. But what it means is that it's better against small hits and worse against big hits. Because, like, you kind of have a point where, yeah, like a Healing Hands but one shot, but like for a bigger amount. So like if it was, the next time target ally takes damage, that ally is healed for like 70 HP. Something like that. I'm not quite sure what the figure would need to be to actually function properly. But it's the sort of thing where you kind of like exist on this sort of equilibrium where if the damage is small, then that like Healing Hands variant or whatever you want to call it is better, and when the damage is large, then the Reversal of Fortune variant is bigger. So they have different like spots and where they play well. I think for general PvE, the healing, like the one-shot Healing Hands variant is going to be better in a lot of cases, is particularly in normal mode. But yeah, it's just it's sort of different behavior that makes them like when they're good is different. Oh, finally broke that lockpick. I opened like at least three chests with it though. Oh my goodness, I forgot to grab the Beacon of Dragrimmar at the start. I feel like a doofus. Shocking. Well, it sells for a lot of money, and that's the only relevant thing there as far as I'm concerned. I don't think I need Shocking. I might hang on to those just to see if I need a Shocking Tang for one of my characters, but I don't think so. Shocking is definitely a Tang that I could see myself wanting, however. What happened to Oh, I see. They probably got hit by that ice trap that I just casually walked past and then went off after I'd done so. Yeah. No, I get you. It is kind of like Shield Guardian a little bit, but Shield Guardian is also preventing the damage. So it's a different sort of thing. I mean, single target Shield Guardian would be kind of neat. Where it's like almost a Reversal of Fortune, but the next time target ally has a 75% chance to block. And if an attack is blocked, its end and they're healed or something. Probably for a slightly bigger amount. You could definitely do... there's a lot more room in Monk for doing interesting effects. In my opinion. Than has currently been explored. I still like the idea, though, like I said, of like, oh, Factions has weapons spells, and then and item spells and binding rituals, and then we come back later to another... Wow, I am getting correct here. And then you come back later to another setting, and weapon spells come back, and everybody can be excited about seeing weapon spells again. I think that would be neat, personally. I don't know how well it would work, but kind of playing it more like how Magic the Gathering does with, like, hey, here's a mechanic that's in, like, a couple of the colors. Like, here's a mechanic that a couple of the professions get. You'd have to think a little bit about how you're doing it all, but I think it could be cool. Yeah, I agree. Healing Prayers does not have, like, you would expect some more, like, clean skills in Healing Prayers, but there's kind of not. There's, like, Orison and then the Healing Other, or the Heal Other sort of, like, branch of stuff. And outside of that, there's not. They're all, like, got these weird caveats and stuff. Which is part of why Restoration Magic is so strong, because it doesn't have the same sort of, like, weird caveats that Healing Prayers has. Patient Spirit is quite good. The problem with Patient Spirit is it has negative synergy with enchanting mods, technically. Although I don't know how much that actually impacts things in a practical way. But the AI also doesn't understand it as well. But yeah, Patient Spirit is really strong. The problem is there's this, like, middle ground area is like lacking. So, like, what I mean is, like, you have sort of the Orison tier of heals, and then you have sort of the really high tier of heals, and there's not really good middle ground of, like, heals for approximately, like, 100 to 110. Yeah, exactly. Orison, aka Trash Tier. Like, Orison's worth 3 energy, not 5. So, like, if they'd properly costed Orison, it would be fine. But, like, as Orison currently stands, it is not worth as much. Because, like, if there was more skills that kind of healed in the same sort of... I need to switch to Takora. Because you have... Like, Dwayne's Kiss is good, because it can get up into that, like, 100 health area fairly easily. But, like, Healing Ribbon is kind of in that area, but clunky. So you got, like, your Orison and Words of Comfort. I don't know, it's in kind of a wonky spot. But, like, you basically have all of these, like, approximately 100 health heals that are, like, wonky. Like, Ethereal Light, Healing Whisper. Glimmer of Light is really good to an extent, but like, the elites are generally making up for kind of, like, the very mediocre middle core of Healing Prayers. Like, you just don't have something... You don't have your Men, Body, and Soul, right? Where it's like, oh, this is a pretty solid heal on a decent recharge with a decent casting time and a decent amount of health. Like, you have kind of, like, I don't know, weird clunky things or stuff that's overpriced or whatever. So, like, Patient Spirit is in kind of the right territory, but it's very awkward to work with because of that 2-second delay and the 4-second recharge. Yeah, Gift is a nice, like, slots in on stuff on exactly on bars where, like, it's not the main thing. But, like, Gift of Health is kind of... I think Gift of Health needs to be stronger. It's trying to play in the territory that Spirit Light ends up occupying functionally. So, like, if I'm on a secondary, I will sometimes bring Gift of Health for a heal. But, like, for the same attribute investment, Spirit Light's just better if there's going to be any spirits around. Because Spirit Light will heal for more at a lower recharge. and like a slightly longer cast time, and you need spirits around, but the amount of healing that you get out of, like, you can see right here, this is 14 investment and it's 172 point heal. This is 16 investment and it's 159. So Gift of Health is like so close. The other thing though is I really wish Spirit Boon or Divine Boon was made to just work with all monk spells rather than, like, I know for PvP I think is why it was changed, but yeah, it's just I wish it kind of. Also, we've talked about this before, but Healing Light, I will never use Healing Light and Healing Prayers, basically, because Glimmer, Healing Burst, and Word of Healing are all just better elites. But if this was in Divine Favor, I would actually consider using it at times. Like, there would be times where I'd be like, oh yeah, Healing Light is totally a skill I'd bring if it were in Divine Favor. Also, I don't know what the heck the use case for Scribe's Insight is. This is a really weird skill in that it makes energy management skills better. I agree. Both formats have different requirements and needs, and it means that they are kind of awkward to run together. That second floor is really short of this dungeon. Where's Budger?
You seek the dwarves?
This might be a little bit painful. Cinder's gonna be able to deal a lot of damage. I still don't know how winds ended up being a thing. It's a PvE only skill balanced like a PvP skill, and it's just like super weak feeling as a result. And I find it confusing, and as a result, oh, I got marked. And then there's all the skills that as a player you look at and you're like, well, this is kind of hot garbage, and then the AI, like the enemies all use it, and it's like, wow, this is really irritating. Oh man, it has been so long since I've seen Blazing Saddles that I do not remember many details from it. Mark of Rodgort, you say? On just one person, you say? Well, that's easy to clean up. Budger, I'm gonna need another
You seek the
another
dwarves?
barrel here, bud. I'm gonna need another. No, Budger.
You seek the dwarves?
I understand why Budger's not in the ally list. So he doesn't, like, he can be invulnerable and stuff. I kind of wish he was in the ally list so he's easier to click on for this. This might be a terrible idea, but I'm kind of trying to spread my heroes out a little bit here. Ow. Well, that kind of sucked. Okay, I need to cancel those flags there.
There is much to do.
Not useful. I wish I had the ability to just throw this at this guy. I wish I also had the ability for the AI to be smarter about
There is much to do.
where things are geographically. Fortunately, this guy tends to be weak enough that, like, once you get him, he kind of goes down pretty quickly. I'm a little distracted by giant death worm. Yeah, okay. He only needed 1 burn cycle, which is pretty typical, I found. Bigger issue is that 90% of skills are useless for both PvE and PvP. If you buff almost everything for PvE, you would probably still end up with some skills being much better than others. Oh yeah, it's absolutely going to be the case. The way I look at it is you want the like straightforward simple skills. The skills that are not made for synergy. You want them to be about you want them to be on the surface stronger than synergy skills, but you want synergy skills to be able to be stronger in synergy situations. This is not bad. It's an inspiration staff, though? That's kind of less good. Okay, that was also not entirely ideal. Timing for that to wear out, but whatever. So, we're going to chill here for a bit so I get automatically warped back to the camp. So it's one of those things where I'm not quite sure where the thresholding goes. You also want to ask, like, how strong is the synergy? What's the counterplay? Like, you want areas where all of the enemies have spiritual pain, so that way and stuff. So that way your spirits are really bad, so you don't want to run spirit-based teams there and stuff like that. And setting stuff up that says, oh, you don't want to run binding rituals here is tricky, but something that you kind of want to do. There's a whole lot of nuance to some of that. And finding good ways of trying to approach, like, intentionally designing different areas for different strategies to be good in them in PvE. Like, that's really important. PvP, because the enemy bars, the opposition bars, are things that are being dynamically chosen by players, means that you have a different set of considerations for how balancing that sort of scenario looks. Because, like, PvE balance is entirely in the designer's hands, whereas PvP balance is guided by the player base in a different sort of way, because the designer in a PvE game can, with enough like time and patience, like, determine what to make things good where. Yeah, trying to make builds that don't rely on enchantments so that your team doesn't get wrecked by chillblains. Yeah, exactly. That's the exact sort of thing that you run into. Like, oh, this is an area where tons of the enemies have chillblains, so it's really bad to bring enchantments here. Which ends up meaning that if you make a profession that relies on enchantments, like Elementalist tends to, Elementalist absolutely desperately needs enchantments for energy management, you're going to run into scenarios in those, like, heavy chillblains areas where Elementalists are just really miserable to play. But, like, you can look for alternatives and things that you can do differently. But yeah, it's the sort of thing where as a designer in PvE, because you're controlling what skills the enemies have, you determine what's good and what's not. Whereas in situations where it's PvP, the players are going to, cutscene, have their own ideas of, like, what's good and bad that are going to kind of, I'm not quite ready to do that. That are going to determine what they think is good, and that's going to shape the environment. So, like, you can enter into that and you can manipulate that to an extent, but you also are kind of subject to what the player's determinations are in a sort of way. So you're not as much in control of the environment as a result when you are designing stuff for PvP. And so because of that, like, difference, it creates some pretty major differences in how you approach stuff. I would like a salvage kit, please. Thank you. Just go ahead and salvage those. I'm just gonna pick up a second salvage Yeah, maybe a second ID kit. For later. I don't know. It's really interesting to me to think about some of that stuff. The players use builds, and then counters form, and the meta evolves over time, like rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, and this is where I think ArenaNet could have done a lot better in terms of counter strategies. Like, my favorite example to discuss about this sort of stuff comes from Hexway. So Hexway is a team composition that just tries to it's a pressure build that tries to overwhelm the opponent with a bunch of hexes. And ArenaNet had a really hard time trying to figure out how to balance Hexway and to make counter strategies against it. Now, what they ended up doing to try to counteract it is they added the Protection Prayers spell Divert Hexes, which, as you can see, it can remove up to 3 with higher Protection Prayers. But it removes a bunch of hexes. It has a fairly low recharge at only 5 seconds. And for each hex that gets removed, you cleanse the condition, or you cleanse that ally of a condition and heal them, which is a pretty strong anti-hex spell. The irony is that this is a Nightfall skill. Withdraw Hexes here is a faction skill. Withdraw Hexes removes all hexes from target ally and allies adjacent to them. However, it's very expensive at 15 energy, and it takes longer to recharge for each hex that gets removed. If this had been kind of reworked so that way it had a long recharge that gets lowered for each hex removed, it could be, and had like a lower energy cost and maybe a quicker casting time to make it harder for hex teams to interrupt. This could have been an incredibly powerful tool for just absolutely wiping the floor with Hexway, because you could just spam withdraw hexes on like a 0-second recharge if they're putting enough hexes on, and just absolutely like invalidate their strategy, except withdraw hexes in that case would be useless against like teams without very many hexes. So then you get kind of this factor where like if Hexway starts to become popular, withdraw hexes as a counter starts to become popular and like pushes Hexway out of the meta, which suddenly withdraw hexes becomes a bad skill when there aren't enough Hexway teams around, dropping it out of the meta, kind of creating this ebb and flow where if people aren't running withdraw hexes, Hexway becomes strong, but if people are, Hexway becomes weak, but then non-hex-based teams become strong because you have a team member spending their elite on withdraw hexes. And like that sort of ebb and flow to me would be really interesting and would allow for an interesting counter strategy in theory. Obviously, I don't know if this would in practice work, but it's something I think that would be worth trying. But that's just not how ArenaNet did its balance for whatever reason. That's just not how Izzy approached doing it. Yeah, P&H is a very strong hex counter as well. Yeah, Visions of Regret and LC. I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. I think VOR is Visions of Regret. I'm not sure why I'm not. LC is not an abbreviation I'm used to seeing, so I'd have to like actively try to think through skills. Lingering Curse. Okay, yeah.
What news of the war?
Also, hello, Juice Toast. Welcome. The example you remember is from HA when trying to stop the enemy ghostly hero capturing the point. First, you could interrupt him, usually Mesmers, because Rangers could be blocked by Guardian. Then Song of Concentration was the thing, so players started using knockdowns to interrupt the ghost. Then players began using Ward of Stability and Song to guarantee the ghost to cap. Then players began trying to interrupt or disable the Wardcaster. Yeah, you kind of get those cascading effects. For sure. Weird to come in here with a character that has enough energy to actually just pop all those up at once. I'm going to switch to my Delver title here for this. If I can find it. There it is. Yeah, trying to figure out how to set up counter strategies and how to enable player counter strategies that are useful and other things is a real tricky business, but I want to try to make sure to keep distance. I don't want to trigger Sympathetic Visage on myself. But that's where what you're trying to do is figure out what are dominant strategies and what sort of counter effects do we want. And like the more all-in a strategy is, the more all-in the counter should be, in that it absolutely wrecks the strategy that it's supposed to be counter to, but is not good against other things as much. And that's where like the stuff that I was talking about, at least as far as my current thinking is, this is the sort of thing where like maybe with more experience I'd have more nuanced thoughts. Like there's a lot of stuff that lives in theoretical spaces that when you actually explore it in more developed ways turns out to not be good ideas as much. But the only way to kind of get there is through first-hand experience, and I have limited first-hand experience as a game designer. Like I have a game that I'm working on, it has lots of skills in it, but it's not a PvP game, so figuring out stuff for like PvP strategy and stuff like that is something I don't have any personal experience with, just a lot of theory crafting. But like you also run into skill issues as well. In my mind, the example of this that Destroyer Core, that I think of is from Dark Souls 2. I think that Destroyer of Sinew is dead. The game just was taking its sweet time and letting us know. In Dark Souls 2, there was a bunch of spells that were really strong when the game released that got progressively nerfed over time. And the reason, as I understood it, for the nerfs was that players felt... newer players who were less experienced were really getting angry about people coming in and invading them, which the invasion mechanic is another thing to discuss entirely, but regardless, invading them and absolutely trouncing them and like one-shotting them with magic. The problem that you end up having is that experienced players are able to very easily dodge most magic, so you need it to be strong to be a payoff for the challenge of actually successfully hitting with it. But because that was not a challenge against weak players who didn't have good sense of dodging and didn't have familiarity with things, lower skill, you created this sort of like the skill that the magic didn't really have a good or had an awkward spot, where if it was balanced for weaker players, it was too weak for strong players, but if it's balanced for strong players, is too strong for weaker players. And so where it kind of ended up was just too weak, in my opinion. To where I personally felt like magic was really solid at the start in Dark Souls 2, but by the time all of the nerfs got done, it was just not worth using, which I found kind of frustrating. But that's where you run into like differences of skill create different tiers of play, and some of the complexities that come from that. Are there any builds that use damage plus 20% while hexed or while under 50? I feel like while hexed is maybe a little bit easier. Ubisoft just have a similar problem balancing Rainbow Six Siege for the pros and normals. Some operators were OP in pro leagues but got nerfed to almost uselessness for normals. Yeah, it's going to be a problem in any sort of competitive game. Where stuff that's good at one skill tier of play can be too good at another, or like not good enough, or like you run into these weird scenarios where like it's underpowered at low skill and overpowered at high skill as well, which is kind of wonky, but you can end up in scenarios like that. And then you just have stuff where like it's just not worth using, because while a pro can like be really good at it, it's so much more challenging to do that it's not worth using over other stuff that you get comparable effect from more easily. Which is another sort of thing where it's like nobody really has a good use for it because while it's usable and viable for a pro, like it's so much extra work to be there without any specific advantage to it, you know? But yeah, I imagine League of Legends probably has some challenges from that too. I don't know offhand what type of effect the Chalice of Corruption effect is. You could use percent damage while hexed in one weapon set that you only use while hexed. Yeah, that's true. You could do that. That one I could see having some use for. It's the low HP one that seems dubious to me in terms of the damage one. I do think Don't Call It a Comeback, which is I'm getting a nice number of Destroyer Cores. That's nice. Don't Call It a Comeback, which is the caster mod that gives you more energy if you are on low health. I think that one is useful, specifically because when it on healers, if you are at low health, is precisely when you want a suddenly to have more energy. I don't think it's like amazing, but I think I like that better than suddenly losing energy when your health goes low from the +5 while over 50. I'm having a real hard time clicking on these guys properly. No, redistribution is fine. I don't care that much. Probably spirit lighted and then had to do normal heal. These Driders actually kill some destroyers. That's kind of impressive. I might not set them on fire, but it does do a bunch of holy damage. 90 AoE holy damage. I need to pay attention to my party better so I can actually use some of my skills to heal them. I feel like Spirit of Winnowing might actually be beneficial for me, but I don't feel like I'm missing the motivation stuff from her. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to try to optimize typed damage. The better way for destroyers is just use armor ignoring damage. But destroyers are... I mean, so I have this design problem with Guild Wars in general where enemies typically are not weak to specific damage types. There are some exceptions. I think some skeletons are weak to blunt damage. And there's some ice elementals that are actually weak to fire, whereas they have less than 60 armor. 60 is kind of like the standard baseline, just because of the way systems are calibrated, where that's where you get the 1 point, the 1 times multiplier for damage. It's a little bit more complex than that, but functionally, at a level 20 character, your magic that deals types damage is going to have a 1 times multiplier against foes with 60 armor. Yes, there are very few actual elemental weaknesses. That is exactly the issue. Because it's like, you can look at a destroyer and be like, oh, this destroyer is weak to cold damage. And what that actually means is it is less resistant to cold damage. So it has Hellblade, interesting. So like that being weak to cold damage means that they have 80 armor instead of 100 armor or whatever. And it's like, okay, you're still reducing damage that you're taking, but you're just less. It's less reduction, as opposed to being legitimately weak to cold. Now I am actually dealing cold damage right now because I have an Imperial Dragon Spear which deals cold damage that I'm using because I wanted to have an enchanting spear, and that was the enchanting spear I have on hand. I should probably kill some of these guys, eh? Yeah, that's exactly it. Only 80 armor is like, uh-huh. That doesn't make you a soft target. Paragons have only 80 base armor. So if you wanted Elementalist damage to actually be good at times against things, you'd need to actually give them legit weaknesses to elements. That's just not how it's set up. So I find I like to come over here and take down the stuff from this side and kind of ignore the middle. And I do better with that strategy. Kind of let the Norn hold down the middle, and I can come in and clean up once I've finished off everything from this side. Man mark is good for me. Yep, we've got some dudes coming this way. Wow, okay, I'm just misclicking all over the place here. I mean, the flat 20 could work if it could bring things below 60 AL. Where's this boss? But it's... I don't know. It's like, where exactly are you balancing Elemental's armor for? Are you trying to balance them so that way they can ever deal more than their base value? Or are you trying to balance them to only be able to do base value or less? Or like green numbers or less? Like... It's a fundamental question of like, where are you sort of calibrating this number? Because there's an argument that they're calibrating the number to deal green or less. The problem that you run into is that you have things like Energy Surge, which will always deal green value, barring like protection prayers and stuff that directly reduce damage, not armor related things. And so it's like these are two different things. You could also do stuff to make typed damage better. Where it's like, oh, this is an enemy that has very low armor but gobs of HP, which is like you can do stuff where it's like, oh, in this area, this type of enemy just happens to be really good against degen and armor ignoring damage because it has ludicrously huge amounts of HP. It just has no defenses to speak of whatsoever. So it's like, oh, okay, well, our armor ignoring damage is not very good here. but our elementals are dealing 300 damage to these things, or all our mesmers are still only dealing 100. It's like, oh, well, suddenly your elementalists are way better. But, like, you have to be making the enemies that are, like, you know, built that way. Which you could do, but it's, like, a very, like, specific consideration in your design. Yeah, well, the other thing that you could do, too, is you could do, like, trade-off type things. Where it's like, you know, imagine, if you would for a second, that certain insignias... Well, Tormentors is a clear example, which is plus 10 armor, but you take more holy damage. Like, you could do things kind of like that, where it's like, oh, you have plus armor against these damage types, but minus armor against these damage types. Where it's like, you are explicitly being made weaker to certain things. And that sort of thing could be done in an interesting way, I think. Or at least is worth considering, but, you know. Like, if you want to make damage types relevant, you basically have to implement stuff to make them relevant. And they kind of are and kind of aren't in Guild Wars. With most of the things that make damage types relevant, like, to an extent, enemy armor does, but because we have armor ignoring skills, it kind of isn't the case. Like, imagine for a moment if Energy Surge, instead of dealing armor ignoring damage, dealt fire damage or something, or lightning damage. Suddenly, it wouldn't be anywhere near as strong. So, like, if you kind of got rid of armor ignoring damage of any, like, sizable quantity, outside of, like, degen and lifesteal, maybe, like, and plus damage on weapons, it would completely change how you're balancing the game. Or not completely. It would substantially change how you would... It could substantially change how you're balancing the game, because if you take that into account and we're just kind of designing around it, that's a little bit of a different thing. But when you have armor ignoring damage like that, I really think you should have some enemies that are specifically really, like, garbage armor with high HP and stuff. But a lot of things that make damage types relevant are, like, your own skills that care about damage types, so... All damage types in GW are a bit wonky and do weird things, especially some of the untyped stuff, and some types may be cast, sometimes respects armor, sometimes not. Holy is definitely that way. If you deal holy damage with your weapon, it respects armor. But if you... Well, don't I feel silly? But if you deal holy damage with a monk skill, it's usually armor ignoring. Hey, 98 Shepherd, welcome. How do I feel about Elementalists? You're new to Guild Wars 1. You played a lot as a kid, but not enough to remember much as an adult. So keep in mind that everybody has kind of their own opinions about what things they like from a game and what things they don't. I do have 2 Elementalists, so I have played... I have at least 2 of every profession, so keep that in mind. Yeah, exactly, Juice Toast. Shadow and Dark damage are 2 different damage types as well, which is confusing. I think the Elementalist has some fun stuff, but I overall feel that the class, or the profession, or whatever you want to call it, is very railroady in builds. Just due to a lot of the stuff about its design. See, that's interesting, Dawnbreaker, because my problem with the Elementals is I feel like it doesn't have the variety I want. And the reason why I feel that way is because I feel you get locked in, like, if you're going to do stuff with Overcast, yeah, its damage output... So this is exactly what we're talking about here, is its damage output is highly mitigated in late-game areas because a lot of the enemies have increased armor, which effectively ruins the Elementalist's damage. There's actually a lot of areas where Elementalist damage is fine, but it's very easy to get caught up in some of the late game stuff. Like, Destroyer's Elementalist damage is generally bad against, for example. But I feel that Elementalist tends to feel very railroaded, because of That is not 100% what I meant to do there. But a lot of the Elementalist is very railroaded because of the attunement system. So Elementalist energy is absolutely terrible. Hey, Dune fan, good to see ya. Sure. That's relying on an elite enchantment that you need to stick around. And yes, it has a 10-second recharge, but in some areas where chill lanes get spammed, that gets really frustrating to deal with. Because Elementalist energy, like almost all Elemental skills are super overcosted, and as a result of that, you rely on attunements to compensate. So your skill bar is getting compressed by attunements. It makes it hard to do stuff outside of very specific builds. Generally Master of Magic stuff. It makes it really hard to use multiple elemental lines because you just can't afford the energy costs of going cross elements. Man, we are shutting this thing down hard. Basically, I feel that Elementalist ends up relying a lot on specific skills. It's a problem that I have. Yeah, this thing has a ton of HP. It's the same sort of problem I have with Paragon. Paragon relies a lot on Go for the Eyes because it's a cheap shout for energy management. So it ends up relying on it pretty heavily. So, like... And I don't necessarily have the best sort of way of saying, here's a way to kind of address some of these issues with elementals. But I feel really railroaded into specific elements. And then with the overcast system as well, it's like, do I want to bring skills that require overcast to function? Well, if I do want to bring them, then I'm very limited in terms of what skills for overcast I can bring, just because there's not very many. I personally don't like the overcast system just because of that, even though I think it was a net boon for the like flares, like the sort of the default skills, but it also means that you kind of feel a little bit forced into having to bring one of like 2 overcast skills for that attribute. I think that that there's things that could be done to kind of address some of that. But should elementalist skills all be as expensive as they are? I don't really think so. Yeah, I don't know why it's on Invoke Lightning. So, like, fundamentally, the spot that I kind of end up at is... yeah, exactly. Because the skills are kind of calibrated to be about 75% good enough, unless you have Overcast. Is kind of how it feels. I want to clean up my inventory some. Also, I could change the armor of some heroes like Jorah, I think, which I wanted to do here. But how do I want to approach this? Kind of the best way... I think I might go take a journey through Kerrsh's quest so I can get Pain Inventor. Yeah, well, I liked Exhaustion at Fort Aspenwood. Yeah, like PvP is very different from PvE, though. Yeah, FA is Fort Aspenwood. Typically. So, like... I'm going to spend some time cleaning up my inventory here. So I like a lot of the concept of Elementalist. It's just... part of the problem is Elementalist is very damage-oriented, and the way to make a support attribute useful is often non-damage skills. So I kind of wish there was a little bit more support in Elementalist. So that way, like, I could go deep on one element line and a little bit into another and feel like I'm getting some useful support. And then just the way that attunements work with energy costs and everything makes that also kind of awkward and difficult. Because what kind of ends up happening is the energy costs on a lot of the elementalist stuff. Like, I don't want to go too offensive attributes because you really need the high attributes for damage. Yeah, you can definitely do some decent support stuff in some of those. Like, I think Elementalist does some fine stuff, and I think it can be a lot of fun to play. I just feel that build diversity is harmed because I feel like the way that attunements kind of, I'm not going to say force, but very strongly encourage you to play one element means that those elements need to be fairly deep and have like quite a few different sort of like build directions you can go within one of them. Yeah, Ward Against Harm is a pretty strong skill. Weird that it's in water and not earth, though. Well, that is where I want to drop that off. I'm going to put a few of these around so I can examine them later. So, I don't know. I think Elementalist, like, some people really like the way Elementalist plays and builds. I enjoy it. Like, I enjoy all the professions in this game to various extents. But I do feel like, yeah, water magic is very PvP oriented. I agree.
You seek the dwarves?
Snares, I think, are a little underrated in PvE, but that's a different matter. What was right there? How long has that slot been empty? I didn't sell something I wanted. I don't think so. Oh. Nope. Still confused. Still confused. I will remain confused. I think I was going to put this on Pyre for your shot. Yeah, Maddox Crevice, you absolutely want snares. But yeah, I think you can do a lot of interesting stuff with Elementalist, but I do feel like I want each attribute line to be a little bit deeper. And the Overcast mechanic, I think, ends up being a little bit more awkward than I wish it was. Okay, let's go... Because the way I want to fight the Great Destroyer is using... Pain Inverter, so I need to go get Pain Inverter. If I can figure out where the heck Kerrsh is. Here we are.
Here comes trouble.
Okay, Cypher of Melandru. I probably want to have... Do I want access to Melandru's Resilience? I kind of feel like I do. Yeah, that's kind of what you run into. I think with GW2 they fixed that by allowing you to switch elements on the spot in battle, but the DPS is subpar at best in that game, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about where some of the balance is with Guild Wars 2 these days, but... Okay, well, we can drop that, because I want Spear of Fury. I don't have... Like, this guy's not super ranger-oriented, but I figure I might as well pick this up while I'm here. So... Anthem of Fury does not support my team very well. Let's just bring Cruel Spear and just do that for now. Okay, how do I feel martial professions are at regarding endgame and high armor enemies? it's a weird sort of thing. It depends upon. Again, I don't know a lot of the super high or super late game stuff, which is an important caveat of like the speed clears or whatnot. Weapons can sometimes suffer a lot in terms of the damage that they can potentially do, but
Here comes trouble.
on the other hand, does it really matter? Go with this spear. But on the other hand, the plus damage from weapons is armor ignoring. So the problem that you kind of run into is low plus damage weapons like spear and bow tend to really suffer. Whereas some of the higher plus damage weapons like daggers end up doing fine. So it's kind of a mixed bag in that regard. I think really high armor enemies in general is something that should be kind of used sparingly in kind of the same... Like, I would employ them in the same sort of scenario that I would also consider employing... I'm just looking at enemy routes. I'm looking for this proximity to target to start going up. But anyway, I would use high armor enemies in the same sort of sense that I would use... why the heck are you not using this? In the same sort of sense that I would use high health, low armor enemies, and that I would make high armor, low health enemies that are specifically weak to health degen and armor ignoring damage. Just as kind of a counterpoint, because I think that would be interesting. With that in mind, is strength worth it as it only affects base damage, not attack skills? Strength is a fairly mediocre primary attribute. Like, it does increase damage. You can get some decent armor penetration from it. I put it in the same sort of category as I put... Because, like, if an enemy has 100 armor, you're getting 10 armor off on... But I think it's only the base damage from attack skills. I don't think it's every attack either. Like, strength is pretty weak as primary attributes go. It doesn't do nothing, but it doesn't do as much as you'd like. So, like, is reducing 100 armor enemy to, like, 90 armor worth it? Maybe? Hey, 98 Shepherd, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? And, like, it's not worth nothing, but it's not, like... I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to feel like I have to put a bunch of points in strength unless I was wanting to use strength skills. It's kind of where it comes down to, I guess, for me. Oh, I'm finally starting to get some proximity to target. That's good. I put it mentally in a very similar category to energy storage, where I think energy storage is a little bit better than strength. I think strength is probably the weakest primary attribute. Yeah, it's usually going to be for skills that you want high strength. Like, strength has a ton of skills, so you end up wanting strength because of a lot of good warrior skills are in strength more than for the effect of strength. Whereas something like fast casting is ridiculously strong, even like with few skills, and what is it? The energy gain, soul reaping is a similar sort of way. Energy storage is kind of a weak primary attribute that they just like to tie a bunch of energy management stuff to because they hate elementalists. 7 weapon stance, yeah, but like you get some other stuff in there that is useful as well. Body blow, I want to say it is a pretty good skill. It's like an eviscerate for every weapon. It requires correct armor to be used. Okay, I need to be paying attention to this proximity to target meter. But 7 weapon stance or warrior's endurance if you're doing dagger spam. Yeah, I don't know 100% what people are doing with 7 weapon stance. I haven't really looked around for what sort of builds people are making.
Here comes trouble.
I can't imagine how you would make a 7 weapon stance dagger build. That would be better than warrior's endurance, though. Scythe's damage is super inconsistent. But in terms of 7 weapon stance, I would imagine Scythe is probably what people would be most leaning towards. Basically getting over to where Renk was. No, I need to get away from that. Well, that's one way to do it. Okay, we have massively over aggroed. Nothing to see here, just us getting wrecked by too much aggro, probably. Or not. Yeah, exactly. Get teleported by unyielding or resurrecting you. Yeah, that works. Alright, here we are. Give me that endurance. So why not? I'm bringing up the template code. Oop. 7 weapon stance, auspicious blow, hammer bash, renewing, smash. Scan. I am unstoppable. For great justice, enduring harmony. I mean, you can definitely go this route. That much hammer mastery feels a bit redundant with 7 weapon stance. But I don't know what you do with your secondary. Because you kind of cap out at 20. I mean, that's fair. Doesn't really need him anywhere else. And it helps give you some protection against stance removal. Good old energy management from Auspicious Blow, and bash and smack him a couple times with the renewing smash, and build up to a bash again. Yeah, and 4 Great Justice allows you to kind of keep things locked down, and obviously there are some areas where that doesn't work as well, but see Kerrsh for my reward. I will happily do so. It's a question of, like, what skills do you want to lose, though? Like, with that bar, you want Enduring Harmony so you can keep 4 Great Justice up longer. And I am Unstoppable up longer. It works with both.
Oh, another booker.
So if you're going to include Splinter Weapon, it's going to be... I'm going to grab all of these, but
Why are
I
you bothering
think...
me? You need me?
Of course, I have to go through, like, all of them. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's probably some you can drop in certain areas. Let's go do... Grenthland. I believe... Okay, I don't have Grent's balance, so I think I might cap it just to have it. You are trolling me, game, with what skills you're dropping. Yeah. You'd get a stronger Splinter Weapon off of a caster anyway. No, I want to go to Gad's encampment. Okay, yeah, I did swap to Edification. I need to go buy some more Signets of Capture here.
I'm busy.
I think people talk about going to the cart here. And seeing if you get the thing. I don't know, that bar didn't really have a whole lot of space for additional stuff, so... Yeah. I kind of wish more self-buffs were instant cast, like, in one way or another. I am absolutely getting swamped by raptors. I don't know why I have Go for the Eyes on this bar. I don't really need it. I have so few energy costs. Yeah, I would make more things flash enchantments. I think that's good tech. And that's tech that I would want to use on, as you said, on a, like, a bunch of assassin enchantments and stuff. Death Blossom is way too strong. I agree. Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be a dervish only thing. That's the thing. Is like in general, I would be cautious about making a mechanic, not an effect, but a mechanic, which I know is kind of a weird distinction to draw. So I should probably explain it. But I don't think I'd make any mechanic dedicated to just one. Like, I think it would be perfectly reasonable to have glyphs show up in something other than Elementalist, for example. Ninetail Strike is one of those skills that, in my opinion, should have some of the higher plus damage. Like, Death Blossom is just way too powerful, and it rightly should be nerfed. I don't know exactly what the best nerf for Death Blossom would be, because there's a bajillion different directions you could go, and to some extent, it's trying to figure out what niches do you want to have filled, and where should Death Blossom fit within those niches. Yeah, and great animation. Yeah, I followed. But Ninetail Strike, I think, is a strong contender for like having really good plus damage. Just like raw, straightforward plus damage. And like about a 4 or 5 second recharge. Probably if I like a 4 second recharge on it to line up with Golden Phoenix Strike. Is that it? Is it Golden Phoenix Strike? No. Golden Fox Strike. The lead attack that becomes unblockable when you're enchanted. Death Blossom should not be the quickest recharging, highest single target plus damage, and AoE elite at only 5 energy. It's like it does way too many things. But you kind of like want to figure out what sort of builds do these different skills fit into and where are we putting them. I was not paying attention to what I was doing, and I just happened to wander into roughly the correct direction to try to find this boss. So that was lucky. Oh, these guys are really annoying. I like Dervish. Dervish feels really flexible to me. But in terms of, at least in theory, but one of the problems with Dervish is like you have to choose whether or not, how much teardown you're playing. Yeah, it's the same problem that I have with Elementalist with are you overcasting or not overcasting. When a profession is built around a specific mechanic like that, it becomes a little awkward to work with. It's like, okay, here is a thing that the profession like can be doing. It's like, do you trying to build a ritualist not doing stuff around spirits is okay. This is like really subtle. Where the heck is this thing? Trying to build a ritualist that doesn't use spirits means that you're basically building a bad ritualist, but it's also just really awkward to do. Because of how much it's designed around spirits. Oh, there it is. Wow, I did not realize the Facet of Death could fight frogmen. Yeah, give me Grunts Balance. I don't think Grunts Balance is a good skill, but I figure I might as well pick it up while I'm here. Resto Writ without spirits is feasible, but yeah, well, and part of the problem with Ritualist is it has too many mechanics. It's got weapon spells, item spells, and spirits. It's all like got some stuff that cares about. I think you can build a heal writ without spirits, but you're really compromising yourself. Men, Body, and Soul really want spirits, and Spirit Light really wants spirits. So you can do stuff without them, but you're like having to forego some of the stronger skills in Restoration Magic, which I think is a dubious choice to make. I want to go pick up some Signals of Capture. I'm just going to go to ELC. Light Camp here. I mean, yeah, classes all have pros and cons. I like to vary up which class I'm playing because I personally like variety. So my favorite professions to play. I do really quite like playing Monk. I enjoy that difference of play, but I also like to counterbalance it with playing other things, so. I quite like Warrior. I have quite a few Warriors because I enjoy Warrior a good bit. Probably bone in that bone idol. There was. Part of what I like about Warrior is I feel that there's a decent amount of flexibility of what you're doing with it. You have a couple of different weapons. You can use most weapon, or you can use, yeah, most weapons okay, depending upon how you go about setting up for it. I like Assassin decently well, but I am constantly disappointed by the dagger attack options, just because I feel like that could be more fleshed out. But I still enjoy it. I enjoy Dervish decently well, but it's been a while since I've spent time playing one. Let's just buy 10 Signets of Capture. Hopefully that's not too many. Mesmer can be a lot of fun to play. I feel like my least favorite professions are probably like Paragon, Ellie, Ritualist, and Necromancer are probably kind of like my bottom ones. And I like Warrior. Ranger also has its own issues. I feel like my favorite are probably like Warrior, Assassin, Dervish, Monk. The issues that I have with Paragon is I feel that it tends to get fairly boxed in terms of what it's able to do. But I also think that like if you kind of break your brain out of like certain molds, it can help. Elementalist just feels like it kind of gets a little bit on rails because of the attunement system and some of the stuff it's built with. I feel like Necromancer just kind of lacks depth as well. Yeah, Rangers have a lot of different things that they can do. I have the most warriors technically because of a pre-searing, pre-only character, or my perma pre character is a warrior. But I have warrior and ranger in kind of equal measure. I really enjoy the healing. I really enjoy playing monk. I don't tend to play ritualist a ton because I feel like ritualist is also very like it tends to be professions where I feel more constrained in making like effective builds that are the ones that I tend to like least. Keep in mind that I do enjoy things with all of the professions. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I hate this profession, I'll never play it. Like I enjoy all of the professions to various degrees. So for me, when I don't like, okay, yeah, I can totally cap glads here. When I don't like a profession, what it's more a symptom of is like I find myself getting a little bored of that profession because I don't feel like I have as much diversity of things that I can do with it. I think Paragon is the worst designed profession. I think the concept for it is really good, of like a midliner that like does some support and offense and stuff. But it suffers badly from being and Balthazar is the one that's out here, right? Yeah. But Paragon suffers from having a poorly thought out primary attribute and then being built around that poorly thought out primary attribute. Because the problem that you run into with Paragon's with leadership is that it requires your shouts and chants to affect your teammates or like to affect allies and to do so in a
I'm busy.
area of effect way. because you want to be able to support, or because that's what how leadership functions. It triggers off of affecting allies with shouts and chants. So and it rewards you for the more allies you affect with them. And so because of that, it kind of forces the design to follow into that track. So you don't have offensively oriented shouts and chants that you use against enemies, particularly shouts. Yeah, it doesn't help that Paragons were absolutely nerfed from the ground. I agree, it doesn't help. But part of the reason why they ended up into the ground is because, like, imagine if that old incoming had been single target, right? But because it was designed, for those who don't know, incoming used to be a shout that like halved incoming damage to your party. And so you just bring like several Paragons with incoming and chain it, and your party would just permanently take half damage. There's Nothing to Fear is inspired by the original incoming. And that like effect is grossly strong. If it affected one party member where you're like, you are not taking as much damage, that would be a lot more balanced. But because the design of what's going on with this proximity meter? Because the design of Paragon encouraged making shouts and chants that affect your entire party or all allies in earshot sort of thing, it fundamentally meant that their skills were kind of like overly strong or hard to balance, particularly in numbers. So it's the sort of thing where Paragon was much more balanced if you had one Paragon in your party, and the more Paragons you had in your party, the less balanced it became. Because of the synergies that they kind of built into it. I think echoes were also a poorly thought out concept, particularly finales. But the fact that you have a lot of unremovable buffs. Yeah. So I have some thoughts on that too in a moment. But the fact that Paragon has a bunch of unremovable buffs in the form of shouts, chants, and echoes, particularly echoes, and it's just kind of hard to interact with in general because shouts are instant, and you can, and so that makes things difficult. And leadership encourages making a bunch of skills that affect in an AoE. Affecting multiple party members is always stronger than affecting one. I think leadership's design was just really bad because it encouraged ArenaNet to design skills that were going to become overpowered in quantity. But yeah, I do think that the release of Nightfall was better than the release of Factions. When Nightfall was released, Paragon and Dervish were overpowered. When Factions was released, Ritualist and Assassin were underpowered. So you have the new profession that everybody's wanting to make because they're excited about new profession, shiny. But you also are making it too weak is not as good as making it too strong. I think it's much better to have people have a good first impression than a bad first impression. Even though Assassins ended up and Ritualists, to some extent, have ended up in places where they're overpowered. So yeah, there's a lot sort of at the beginning of Nightfall with that. Where the heck is this? Here we are. Yeah, I do want Gladiator's defense, so I'm going to go ahead and capture that. It's a nice option to have on hand. The reason why I think it's better to have it too strong at the start and then crank it down a little bit is because if everybody's making it and it's too weak, then people get a very bad first impression of things. But if it's too strong, then people get a strong first impression. But, like, there's arguments either way. This is just my personal opinion on which one is... If you're going to err on a direction, which way to err, I think is better to err on being a little... I mean, both need to be fixed, right? So the question is, which is the way that kind of makes things... And I'm thinking from a PvE standpoint. Again, a PvP standpoint would have a different opinion. If it's too strong in... let's see. This is Duena that I'm going for. I believe this one has Shield of Regen, so I already have Shield of Regen. Yeah, so there's nothing to cap here. I'm going to bring Stunning Strike because I'm feeling that. So, like, both are problems. I would say that in the context of PvE, everybody's just starting out. I would prefer... yeah, you do need to kind of think about repercussions, but to some extent you also have to witness what repercussions are. If something's going to be... like, you're kind of going to err on one side or the other. It's just... What's the initial PvE impression people are going to get? Obviously, PvP is a different matter. Jumping into PvP and having like the new stuff be overpowered leaves a bad feel in people's tastes. Whereas, you know, this is probably one where I want to rezone until I have it on my thing. Oh yeah, it's hard not to miss something. But like part of it too is they needed to have people from trading card game experience, I think. And okay. We're good here. And I don't think they did, I suspect. And that made it...
Why are you bothering me?
so I think that they didn't balance things as well as they could have if they had somebody who had more knowledge of balancing a trading card game. Which is, like... Guild Wars is playing in a similar-ish design space. Basically, I don't feel like Izzy was very good at his job of balancing the game, which is just my impression. I don't want to be like too harsh on the guy because he did have a tough task ahead of him. That's just kind of how I feel. I don't want to like rag on him about it or anything. But yeah, it's hard to not miss stuff when you have so many systems interacting. And it's just a matter of, okay, now that we've seen what the players have done, because there's always going to be more players than there are developers. At least unless your game is literally failing. And the only people playing it are the developers. So there's always going to be more players. They're going to be... their collective ability to find things is going to be greater than your ability as a developer is. So you just kind of have to respond to what you're seeing and always kind of play the game of responding to that. Oh, days. Okay, so the last one is the Facet of Lissa. This is another one where you like to, or at least I like to rezone. You think they had a hard time? Okay, let's see. There's actually... I want to try to catch up with chat here a little bit. It's hard to miss things in the system, and it made sure never to recreate in GW. Yeah, GW2 in part was designed to get away from the things that they had problems with in Guild Wars 1, and I think that, like, part of the thing that I think Guild Wars 2 suffers from having been built in response to the frustrations that the devs had around Guild Wars 1, rather than having a specific vision is being built towards, particularly on the buildcraft side. Mr. Jack says, let's see. I think they had a hard time balancing because they initially resisted splitting any PvP skills because they wanted the whole game to be one immersive, connected experience without separation of game modes. Yeah, I think that definitely created problems. Part of what's difficult is one of the ways that they could have tried to balance PvE that I don't think they did enough is changing mob skill bars. And changing mob skill bars, I think, is something that they could have done with a bit more finesse, a bit more considered skill, and I think that would have been a way that they could have addressed balance a bit more effectively. I'm gonna look up what elite the was the Cipher of Lissa has. Okay, it has Mantra of Recall. I'm gonna go ahead and grab Mantra of Recall here. I don't know that I'll ever use it on this character, but I don't have it, and I'd kind of like to have it, so. But yeah, like, it's. I fully respect the desire to not split them, because creating that split does mean that you create a barrier of entry. I will say, I think ArenaNet overestimated how many people would be interested in both game modes. There's just a lot more people interested in PvE, but not PvP, than there were interested in both. I do think that the number of people who are interested in just PvP is probably one of the smaller categories, but there's a number of people who are going to be like me who enjoyed both. That said, there are definitely a number of people who preferred PvP and wanted to mostly do that. But the number of people who would have just been purely interested in PvP, I think, is somewhat smaller. That said, you're going to have people who are going to spend the bulk of their time in one format or the other. And a lot of the time, it's not going to be a both situation. But it's difficult. It's, like, you kind of want to make the crossover easy for people. I need to wait for these 1,000 crippling anguishes to wear out here. But at the same time, like, that makes... But yeah, like I said, I think something that they could have done to make balancing easier would have been to... or a different thing that they could have done to help with balancing. It wouldn't necessarily have made it easier, but to help with balancing would have been to focus more on... changing enemy skill bars to try to compensate for some stuff. Yeah, stuff that's kind of sits in the middle ground between PvE and PvP, like alliance battles, especially for Aspenwood and Jade Quarry, being able to exist in a spot where you don't have to join a party. You just kind of go as you go, as it were. Like, you can just enter in randomly. Alliance battles kind of fit in that spot, too. Yeah, Wind Riders are super annoying. But yeah, I agree. Sort of the soft PvP formats that are, like, somewhere in between PvE and PvP. Somewhere between a competitive and a competitive... What do they call them? Challenge missions? Competitive missions and challenge missions? I don't know. I don't know the exact lingo. But something sort of between, like, friggin' there aren't any in Prophecies, but Glint's Challenge and Dodgeka Inlet, you know, those sorts of things. And ooh, that is a meaty spiritual plane. There we go. Oh, stop it. It's nonsense. And, like, random arenas is kind of the spot that you want to end up in. This is a good barrier of entry. Let's see. I guess I finished those quests, so I can go turn them in now. Let's go do that. Good old Hunt and Char. Okay, there's Kerrsh. Time to turn in some quests.
Here comes trouble.
Or I could just do the Cipher of Cormier. and then turn in quests. Let's do that. Let's do maximum quest turn in age. Queuing for Fort Aspenwood. Oh yeah, is it Fort Aspenwood going on like this weekend or something? Well, I appreciate the enjoyment, Mr. Jack. Let's see. So it's Pious Renewal. You know what? I don't know that I'll ever have any use for it on this character, but just in case I find some way of making it useful, I think I'm going to go ahead and grab it. Yeah, I think it is every weekend. I should really be swapping one of my other shields. Go with the heraldic one. Yeah, I think of alliance battles as being on Friday, I want to say. But I think they extended them to like every weekend. I know, I liked Fort Aspenwood and Jade Quarry. I never really played them a ton either. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I'd have to double check the
Here comes trouble.
global Discord to see what they say is what's going on. That's usually where I see that information. I don't know. Call me a hipster if you want, but I never really found myself interested in alliance battles after the preview weekend when everybody was in one giant 12-person party. Because I liked being able to enter just solo. For those who didn't play during the preview weekend of factions, you could do alliance battles in parties of 1 to 4 people, and you just get paired together such that it was one large party of 12. So you could be paired with like a team that had come together in as a party of 4, and somebody who had like people had come together as a party of 3, and like 5 solo queuers or whatever. And that just felt more comfortable to me to enter than having to form parties. It felt a little bit more chaotic and less organized, and I preferred that personally. Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of bots there. I did do some farming of HA of bots at one point in time, but I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, it's the sort of thing where they're like, I think the reason why they changed it was because the skills like Heal Party and Orders were extremely strong when they affected 12 people across an entire map. That's my understanding anyway. Yeah, I'm getting close to rank 6. I should go back in there and farm some more bots, but I just haven't yet. Yeah, it's probably true. And like I said, I'm probably being a little overly hipster about it. I still have really distinct memories, and I think screenshots from the preview weekend, though, of seeing a firestorm going off in the distance and just experiencing the game where, like, other people were doing stuff such that, like, skill effects were going off in the distance, and I could see a firestorm happening, like, over the, I don't know, Jade Sea Dunes or whatever you want to call them. I don't know, the frozen waves, was like a magical experience and was so cool. And that's something that I like. I still love it whenever I have an experience like that in the game. It's just so rare in PvE because the AI is
Why are you bothering me?
just around you, the player.
Oh, great. Another booker. I'm busy. Why are you bothering
Yeah, I'll grab your Path to Revelations quest, but I'm not doing it right now. So yeah, I miss that sort of time period. Different time. Stunning Strike, Pain Inverter. Okay, hopefully we do okay here. I think we should be fine. I'm gonna eat the Star of Transference. Because this character's somewhat low on skill points. I am sorrow. Okay, there's probably not a scroll trader around here. That would be kind of convenient. Okay, let's go beat a boss, and then I can turn this thing in. And finish this guy's skill booster league, I guess. Not sure how much longer I'm going to want to go after that. Probably a little bit. Hello, So Cheesy. Welcome. Good old Shiver Peaks.
What news of the war?
I really miss the glory days of PvP and GW. You try to explain to your younger gamer friends and they just don't get it. For me, it's the perfect experience of skill expression, buildcraft, and teamwork. You get a similar experience in Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, that's going to compromise it a little bit. GVG in particular is a really special PvP format. And it is very distinct. And the buildcraft involved in it, yeah, the old PvP days is just like... There's nothing quite like it that I've experienced. I have Anthem of Flame. That is a terrible decision. Hang on. I need to fix my terrible decisions. Yeah. I think a lot of people do that. You know what? We will use the somewhat mediocre Anthem of Weariness because that is better than the Anthem of Flame against a bunch of friggin' destroyers that are immune to burning. My goodness. But yeah, the old, like, I never really played HA much back in the day, just enough to get Bambi. You know. My Bambi. Oh, I'm content to play it as a single player game with heroes, but playing with people is good times. Yeah. I am 346 fame away from is it Tiger? Whatever R6 is. I don't know what R6 is offhand. But most of this is from farming bots. Wolf, okay. Tiger is R9. And it's like what, Phoenix Dragon or something? I am currently aligned with the Luxons, yes. My greater title is the Defender of the Kerrsh, however, you'll notice, with almost twice as many points as the Luxons. I want to get Luxons up to R6 at least so I can get maximum effect out of their skills, but I have no particular desire for going beyond that. Phoenix Star 12, Dragon 15. Gotcha. Yeah, that one takes a while. There's a lot of like slump periods in it, in the process of getting it. Just due to the very high experience needs and like the slow rate at which you get quests and stuff. Although my understanding is if you do specific farming, it's faster. Yeah. I got the game in 2005, but it was somewhat later in 2005. There we go. I got it in like August, September, somewhere in there, 2005. I'm not really sure exactly which. But I was, yeah, like 17 at the time.
What news of the war? Hail, human.
Thank you, Drakner. I don't think I want any of these for this character, so I'm probably hanging on to this. Are there any spears that would actually be... Nope. Nope, that's redundant. There's maybe an argument for that one. Do I have... Yeah, I might get the Dazed Spear here. If you're wondering why this guy has a bunch of wands, it's because of doing caster stuff. Where it's like leadership and caster attribute. And like motivation or the other one. Because Eldermere Javelin is obviously completely redundant with Drakner's Courage, but Drakner's Strength might be worth picking up here. To have a Dazed Spear to work with Stunning Strike. I kind of like that. Okay, I think I'll go ahead and grab that. These shields are absolutely redundant with shields I already have. And then I have the Astral Pillar for some reason, because I picked that up for this guy. Okay, that finishes the stuff that I needed to do here. So I guess I finished this guy's... Oh man, I remember I got Jox runs on quite a few characters before factions came out and kind of made it a bit less necessary for armor. Okay, well that's all that I need to do here. Who do I want to turn this book into? Hand this book over to? It's a weird question. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So cheesy. It's an interesting question because if I turn it in, like... Who's going to have the skills that I'm going to want to use most? I guess is kind of the question. I guess technically this guy's Skill Booster League is over at this point, so I'm going to go ahead and... Hey, J-Frogs. Thank you for the follow as well. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the Skill Booster League thing on the title because I'm done with that now on this guy. Because I've now completed all of the campaigns in Eye of the North with him. Hello. So there's an argument for all of them. I like Deldrimor, but that one you're going to get a lot of through doing dungeons. And Ebon Vanguard you get a lot of from others. So I feel like it's either Asura or Norn. I'm playing with heroes. Also, hello, the Kaiser Ben. Welcome. I'm playing with heroes, but when you beat the Great Destroyer, it knocks the heroes out of your party. I'm just trying to decide where I want to go to drop off this Hero's Handbook. Probably Norn. Norn is easy to farm. But, oh, I'm not going to get this guy armor from any of them. So it'll just be a matter of, like, which skills are quickest to get. I feel like Norn is relatively easy to farm, but I also just don't care. So, because I can turn in the dungeon, eventually do dungeon guide and turn that into the other one. And I feel like Norn's going to have more skills that I'm going to want to use. So let's go ahead and turn it into the Norn. Since I'm solo now anyway, I might as well go ahead and work on trying to figure out how I'm going to go through the thing with this guy. Maybe I have... I should check that. Do I have a template? Yep, Spear Paragon. That's absolutely staggering. Cool. None of these say that they are for the thing, so... I don't know why I keep forgetting the name of Magni's tournament, but here we are. I kept forgetting the name of Magni's tournament. I have a ton of skill templates, yeah. Yeah, stake it, please. 3 hero skill points for me. Yay. Actually, no. Don't deposit platinum. Don't be a doofus. Okay. Slayer forms. So the question then becomes, how do I want to approach this? Obviously, leadership becomes dramatically less good. We're going to go with dramatically less good here. I feel like tactics is probably the way to go. Viewpoints and leadership for like any shots or chance I might use that end up on me. I probably want that. I'm just going to spitball something and see how it goes and then change plans as it, depending upon how the results end up. I feel like this is a barbed spear, maiming spear sort of situation. I know, so many friggin' bison cups. But part of why I want to go in this one is because Healing Signet is a solid skill. This would actually... There's a good argument here for going and grabbing... oh, what's it called? The... Soldier Stance. There's a good argument here for going and grabbing Soldier Stance before trying to do this. That basically boils down to it's a really nice increased attack speed skill that would help protect me. I might grab Bonetti's defense as well. And then I have 2 more PvE only slots that I might as well be using. Probably. Imlad's a good option. The concern about this is my energy is going to be really tight. The skill that would be most useful here, of course, though, is Dodge This, which I don't have access to for obvious reasons. The Surgeon Scan is probably good. I should probably bring that. I really want something more adrenaline. Yeah, I guess I get an elite. What the heck do I want for an elite here, though? This definitely feels like it's going to be a Zealous Spear sort of situation. Yeah, Day Spear is probably the best choice. Yes. I want to finish... I haven't done the first quest, so I want to finish the first quest. Let's go ahead and actually... Either Zealous or Doctrine of Strength. Let's get this... There should be a weaponsmith around here somewhere. Let's go get this customized. Where the heck did they stick their weaponsmiths? I just want to make sure the weaponsmith isn't behind me. Okay, I don't think so. There they are. Cuddy over here. I don't have Kamu, or Zandra, but I also want to complete the initial quest that unlocks the skills.
Hail, Lowlander.
What do I think they needed to change with the Paragon? Leadership, I think, needs to be different. That's kind of an initial starting spot that I would look at. The change that I would consider doing to it is to make it that whenever a shout or chant you use affects an ally, or affects at least one ally, that you get some adrenaline. Based upon your rank in leadership, you get some amount of... Is it... Whatever the subunit of adrenaline is. Because there's like... A full strike of adrenaline is like 25 subunits, kind of. But that's kind of the direction that I would go with it. And then I would have a lot more of the shouts in chants, but probably more shouts than chants. But I'd have a lot more of them be single target rather than kind of more like more skills along the lines of it's just a flesh wound. The big problem that I think Paragon has is the AoE nature of... I'm looking for this scroll trader, by the way, if anybody is wondering where I'm kind of flailing about. There we are. One of the big problems that I think is going on with Paragon is the design of leadership as it currently is encourages a bunch of skills, a bunch of shouts and chants that affect party members, and as a result, they're encouraged to make a bunch of shouts and chants that are extremely strong because they're affecting multiple people. And I think it would be a lot easier to balance if it was instead shouts and chants were affecting singular targets. And so that's why I changed leadership to be something that was kind of interacting with a single target. Or like didn't care how many targets you were affecting as long as you're affecting an ally. I would also have the adrenaline focus. I would probably mean a slightly a different change in design in terms of like energy regeneration rates and stuff like that. But the big idea there is it allows you to be spending more time using stuff to affect allies, while still getting adrenaline, which would potentially be an interesting direction to go. But I would have to think a little bit more about like the full shape of things, but shifting the direction of the Paragon to be single target focused more, or have more of its skills be single target rather than AoE, would allow it to be much easier to balance. So that's a big direction that I'd want to take it. There are different ways that you could kind of approach some of that stuff, though. So that's by no means the only way that one could do things. But it's just the fundamental difficulty of trying to balance a system that Yeah, that's the time to Ether Feast, all right. A system where you have significant skills that are... Okay, now that he's used Ether Feast, I can heal. There we go. Because, like, I think the idea of a midliner whose role is to support allies while having some offensive stuff is really cool. I just think the fact that you affect all of your allies around you, while it simplifies some of your operations, it also comes with this very serious downside of making it difficult to balance due to the... and I'm a little distracted by gameplay, so I just note that. But it makes it difficult to balance due to the inherent... Okay, turns out Daze is really strong. But it makes it difficult to balance due to the inherent nature of AoE things. So if you had multiple Paragons in your party, it becomes like less over the top. I could also see changing leadership to not count primary Paragons, which would also be a way of trying to nerf it, but that would be within the current system. So basically doing things to try to address the effectiveness of the way like AoE stuff works and leadership works and all of that. Seems to me to be kind of the important thing to do. I'm trying to block some of his stuff. There we go. Boy, that was a bit of a rough one. Got there, but bit of a rough one. I don't feel like I'm entirely coherent when I'm trying to talk and play at the same time with some of this more intense stuff, but... Okay, Ving, do you... I'm getting a lot of casters. Yeah, it turns out when you're perpetually setting somebody on fire, that's pretty strong. Okay, I think Vang is kind of hosed. As soon as I got Daze going, he no longer could do anything. Paragon doesn't have any AoE attacks. The closest is Holy Spear, which requires you to hit a summon creature. Then it does AoE, and it's ridiculously strong. None of the other spear attacks do any AoE that I can think of off the top of my head. There are some effects that you have that can apply burning in an AoE. Blazing Finale in particular. Do. You might wonder, why are you dazing Devona? It's because she has Shadow Refuge. Apparently she also has Healing Signet, so that's interesting. Death's Charge. Hi, I want some energy. Yeah, she's doing some sort of weird assassin thing. Okay, well, the problem with that run was that I didn't find either Kamu or Zandra, so that's a little annoying. So that means I'll have to do a few more journeys into here. Hopefully I can survive Magni the Bison long enough to do that nonsense to him. He's going to Purge Signet at some point in time here. Usually he's going to Purge Signet at some point in time here. Apparently he's forgotten how to purge Signet, which I'm okay with. Nope. I'm getting out of here. Like, if you can just wait out Magni's bear form... What the heck is this weird nonsense? He's just, like, stopped caring about me in general or something? This is the weirdest AI I have ever seen from Magni. Okay, well, he's become substantially less deadly. Okay, I'm gonna dazing attack you because... Oh, dazing him made him do the thing. Thank you for the energy. Ow. Okay, that was the weirdest fight I have ever seen with him. Yeah, apparently you shouldn't daze Magni the Bison because he considers that an actual condition he has to deal with, but apparently keeping him perma-bled and crippled he just does not care about. That was super strange. All right. Thank you for a touch of guile. Dodge this and finish him. Now I need to do more of this so I can get the friggin' heroes. Yeah, apparently. I was not expecting this bar to work as well as it did, but it worked all right. So we're gonna keep rolling it. Good old Bison Cup. Kasai can be a little bit of a problem. She'll probably be fine once I have dazed her. Because she's Blinding Surge. Oh, and Javelin, so that's... Okay, now that she's... Yeah. Basically, I think most of the Ellies, if I can get to the point where I have them dazed, they're not going to be a problem. Yeah, she's a really interesting one. Factions in general... Oh, there's Zandra, good. Factions in general has a lot of really significantly interest... Like, Xingje has a lot of really interesting characters that are deeply underutilized. Like, Xingje is just such a brief part of the game that the really like all of the diverse different schools of thought and approaches to doing things and stuff, like there's a lot more depth that you could have gotten out of Xingje Island, Xingje Monastery, in terms of like the characters and the classes and stuff than was actually done with like just how quickly you just blitz through everything. There are a lot more elementalists here than I remember there being for some reason. Okay, you know what? You're getting this treatment. There we go. Yeah, I would agree. I would love to have like Sin, Aiden, Menlo, Devona, and Sign as heroes. Oh, good. Got Kamu this one too. That would have been... I would love to have them as heroes. Obviously, that creates a lot of issues with, like, the narratives and otherwise, but... Like, if they had been vanity heroes that you could buy off of the store, too, I would have been fine. I don't know. Do you have any other heals? Faithful Intervention. Oh, okay. I am so cheesy. Yeah, you could. You can't do some of them. Like Sin's armor is unique to her. Menlo you can get kind of close to. There, unlocked Kamu now on this guy as well. Gwen, she uses Signet of Midnight. I think she'll be pretty easy to take care of if I Okay, it turns out she's really bad against adrenaline skills. Because her entire team, or her entire bar seems to be about keeping you from doing stuff, but Wastrels is really bad against the 2 adrenaline skills. So, okay, so we're back to Magni the Bison. I think I'm gonna swap. I don't need to do any days to him, so I just want the additional damage of this particular weapon. I feel like Cripple bugs out their AI. On a side note. Like, keeping him crippled and running away seems to really be messing with him. Yep. Go ahead and wander back. I'm going to heal. Okay, he ran out of bear form. That's good for me. This is not a quick fight against Magni, but he just does not know what he's doing. So I can apparently just keep him perma-crippled. And he just does not... Like, this is I bet it is, yeah. My favorite bar for the Bison Arena is actually a Elementalist bar that I did with Rex Templaris that just absolutely ended this. It was hilarious. This is a friggin' 20-second cripple, though. That lasts for ages. I don't know why that was so feasible. To just, like... I basically beat him with Barbed Spear and Maiming Spear. Is what happened there. I don't know why that works, but it did. Well, time to stick another victory token in my pile of tokens. Yeah, like I said, the bar that I've taken in there that was by far the strongest in my experience was an Elementalist bar. This one right here. Blinding Flash, Enervating Charge, Lightning Strike, Mind Shock, Ebon Vanguard Assassin Support, the Naga, Elemental Lord, and Air Attunement. I have not done that. It turns out Mind Shock is really good in a dual format, and being able to bring a Naga Shaman along with Stoning when you can Enervating Charge for weakness, so that way you get a lot of knockdowns. Like this bar just like kept people on their butt like the whole time. It was so effective. With a little bit of additional blind, of course, for safety. But yeah, this one, I called it Magni the Bison Tournament Victor by a lot because it just kept steamrolling everyone. That was like probably the most effective bar that I've ever brought to it. Okay. I feel like, you know what? Let's go do the let's go do the Sepulchre of Dragrimmar. Okay, so at this point I have finished the skill booster league, so I'm just gonna do whatever the heck I want with heroes. I have some ideas of what I want to do with. I have 6 mercenary heroes now, and I know what I want to do with all of them. I want to make them all different professions, but I know what I want to do with all of them. I just haven't gotten to that point of like figuring out what I want to do with that one specifically, because I'd need 2 more to do like all of them. And what do I want to do with that one until then? I kind of like Arias. General Morgan's probably not set up for running fast. Is he? Nope. I might set up Heda for that then. Because I kind of want some run fast here. What are you set up to do, Santir? Are you prot? Yeah, you are. You know what, let's go a little bit old school with this. And go, like, prot and healing? Yeah, I like that. Okay. I don't think Heda has any runes insignias or whatever. He does not. So I do kind of want to set her up. This will take me just a moment. There's, in fact, a rune trader just over here. I don't know how much I'm going to need.
Yeah, hey there.
Minor leadership. Minor spear mastery. Superior command. Cool. It's not like she's going to need anything in motivation, so. I'm not going to be too elaborate here. Leave her with this stuff. Okay. Everybody else should be turned up though, yeah. Yeah. That was not near as much as I was thinking it would be. They're on fire and building a team around keeping everything on fire all the time. I think I have approached that sort of concept. I have not, like, extensively. It's not something I've done particularly often. It tends to not be as great in Eye of the North just because of destroyers. You know, it's just how they are. Okay, what do I actually want to do here? This is actually a spot where fire damage isn't bad. Yeah, it is. Mind Burn is a good hack, though. Because, I feel like things like Ignite Arrows with Mark of Rodgort also is pretty good. Mark of Rodgort is kind of useful. Or, like, just good old Searing Flames. Searing Flames team. But it's hard to get everything 100% all the time. Yeah, I do want those. Do I just want to run... Hang on, you know what? I think I'm going to... do something like this, which is kind of weird, but... I'm going to go /monk for remove hex and a resurrect, and then... I don't know, this feels extremely utilitarian, but... Mark of Fury is actually kind of nice when you have some adrenaline stuff going on. I don't know. This feels all right to me. So Gwen doesn't need those anymore and can lose the curses. Most of this is fine. I don't mind Mirror of Disenchantment either. Mind burn extend conditions. There you go. Keep everything on fire forever. With its friggin' 11-second burn base and going from there. Spiritual Pain would actually be quite good. I think I do want a Resurrect here. Otherwise, this feels fine. Let's just go with Flesh of My Flesh. Yeah. Bunch of Searing Flames, I think, probably is the easiest way to keep things on fire most of the time. Oh my goodness. Were you here for the stream where I was doing something and my two Resurrect choices were Vengeance and Light of Dwayna? I think it was a codec. Or codex or whatever. But where those were my two resurrection options, and I had Light of Dwayna on one character and Vengeance on like two characters. Or like, yeah. So the Light of Dwayna character died and had to be like dragged along with just Vengeances. It was a thing. It was very much a thing. Oh man, that was a process. That's what that was. It was in the Gate of Pain. Oh man, that was a rough one. I actually don't think I want to change anything about this bar. I think I like this bar just fine as it is. Yeah. Probably like this, so I can have a decent amount there. Okay, let's we shall return. Stand your ground. Find their weakness. Blade Turn Refrain, and Holy Spear. But yeah, Gate of Pain, not exactly where you want to be having that going on. Okay. I will think about this in a moment. Okay, you're clearly Superior Divine Favor, which is fine. Talcora, I'm not going to be unyielding Aura on you, because I don't feel like it. Dwayna's Kiss is nice. Go with a Cure Hex. Glyph of Sacrifice on a Resurrect. I'm about to... Hello, John Click. I'm about to do anything you can do, which requires you to go into the Sepulchre of Dragrimmar. So I'm just going to go into the Sepulchre of Dragrimmar and do that dungeon is the plan. Do I want to Healing Burst here? Yeah, let's just use Healing Burst for my elite. Patience Spirit. You know what? I like a Healing Breeze. I'm going to slot on Healing Breeze. Okay. So this brings up the question of... Yeah, I do like Word of Healing, though, when dealing with the BIP, just because the heal is very strong off of it. So, but Healing Burst is less or is more foolproof. There's an argument for Glimmer of Light at times as well. Okay, what am I doing with this one? People don't need to tell me about meta builds, by the way. I don't feel like running a Soul Twist. I don't feel like trying to set Zandra up right now. Or maybe I have somebody else set up for it. I don't remember. Okay, I don't know what this mess is. I think I might just run this guy as Boon Prot. Because that's what he friggin' is most of the time right now anyway. Yeah. I like Glimmer as well. It's a solid heal with a good recharge, and that counts for a lot. Let's see. Reversal. I'm going to run him as Blessed Light. Prot Spirit is good. Shield of Absorption. I should probably just grab some standard condition removal. Do I want... Okay, so this is one of those spots where I have kind of a... Boon Prot is... I like Boon Prot quite a bit. Mimicry, Healer's Boon, or UA off another Monk and Glimmer is even nicer. Yeah. I prefer UA in that case just because you could keep it around. Although... Both of those work really nicely with... Healing Burst because they affect the healing, the AoE heal off of this. Because the AoE heal off of this is equal to your Divine Favor bonus, but it's coming from this spell. It's not spreading your Divine Favor bonus around. The one that reduces cost is Healer's Covenant. I don't like this one because losing a quarter of your healing feels kind of bad. It feels like this is trying to make you work with enchantments or something. I don't know. It's not a skill I'm particularly fond of. Okay. So I have like 3 options here. Mend Ailment, Mend Condition, and Dismiss Condition. The advantage of Dismiss Condition is that you can target yourself and it has a kind of a medium recharge between the two. Mend Condition always heals. This can be a healing skill if there's enough enchantments going around, but we're not using orders, so that makes it a little less appealing. Mend Ailment, you can target yourself and the AI won't spam it as much. No, you can have Covenant if you are grabbing it off of an ally with Arcane Mimicry. Yeah, and it's a maintain. I prefer, if I'm going to be mimicking an elite to maintain, though, I'd rather it be Unyielding Aura. I think I've run Unyielding Aura and Healer's Boon as well at the same time, which is absolutely, like, you get ludicrous Orisons off of that. But, yeah. And very potent Dwayne's Kisses. I think I'm going to go with Mend Ailments. I just don't want the AI to spend too much time spamming condition removal when there are other things that are potentially more important to have happening. Let's see, do I want power return here or do I want something different? It's actually a good question I should be asking myself. Let's see. We're mostly going to be facing a lot of casters. Yeah, with the number of casters, I think that this is probably fine. So, but like, if you're getting both Unyielding Aura and Healer's Boon on your Orison of Healings, they're going to be quite potent. I think you can agree with that. I'm just going to do leadership here. I don't need Maiming Spear. I don't need... Barbed Spear is just not going to be good in an area where there's a lot of physical defense. Save yourselves is probably a good idea. This is one of those situations where I'm going to go Blazing Spear, Anthem of Flame. I, 'cause somehow I still don't have that. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. There's nothing to fear, and I have seen absolutely bonkers Duena's Kisses that are healing for like 1,000 HP sort of thing. Those are fun. I kind of want that skill, though. I know I'm being extremely ambiguous about what I'm referring, just because I'm forgetting. Blazing Refrain, I think. I don't think I'll need additional energy management from Glowing Signet, but maybe I do. Save Yourselves will give me plenty of energy, right? I could go into Command for Go for the Eyes. I could go into Motivation for Energizing Chorus for energy management. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with this one. Like this. And swap my shoes. Motivation shoes. Where do I put your mastery there? Minor leadership on my pants. There's an argument for getting a major leadership rune for a number of reasons, but I'll leave it there. This seems fine. Okay, let's go do a boss fight. You know what? This would actually be the right time to swap back over to this particular build. That's my motivation shield. Obviously, I'm not quite matching it, but
Yeah, hey there.
apparently I never fought this guy, so I'm correcting that now. Oh, boy. Nothing like the good old find their weakness. Plus 50 damage. I do think Orson would be a lot more playable at 3 energy. It feels like a 3 energy skill to me. Anyway. Yeah. This gets me energy back on that, but it also makes Anthem of Flame cheaper, which is its own form of bonus energy. They could add to it, gain 3 energy if target was below 50% health. Yeah, that's an option. Like adding energy refunds. I don't know why they can't just put it at 3 energy though. There's no reason that I can think of why they couldn't just do that. And I feel like that would just be a better option. Or probably, depending upon how long this dungeon takes, we'll probably be wrapping up after it.
Are you lost?
By the by.
Are you lost?
I am not lost. I am, in fact, exactly where I want to be. Thank you for asking. You're forgetting 1 and 0. I have no idea why there's no 20 energy skills. It's so weird to me. Like, so I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to price stuff in a way that makes it easier to like follow because you don't have different energy costs. But I don't know that I don't think different energy costs would be that difficult to follow. That it makes sense to not just put them all in like appropriate buckets, because I feel like Shield of Deflection is a perfect example of a skill that's not worth 5 energy or 10 energy. It's somewhere in between. It's like a 7 energy skill. I don't know why there's no 20 energy skills. That doesn't make any sense to me either. It's obvious from, like, Polymach has 3 energy skills. That doesn't break anybody's brains. So I don't know why. Like, if you're going to have energy, like, as a thing that can help you balance skills, like energy costs, I don't know why you limit yourself into energy costs so tightly to be at 0, 1, 5, 10, 15, or 25. Like, it just does not make any sense to me. I'm going this way because I feel like I remember there being an area map over here, and I just found it. And I wanted the area map. That's what it kind of comes down to. This skill is so good with Anthem of Flame, just for getting you some nice energy back. Okay, area map. Let's go grab you. I should probably consider some variety of gloves on this guy too. I don't know. Yeah, I need to go over this way for the boss, so that I need to go pick out. So we're gonna head that general direction. That's annoying. I wanted my thing to hit it, but oh well. Well, I did eventually hit him. That's a good question. I'm not sure why they picked that particular cap. I do like the degen and regen caps just to like limit how effective trying to spam those sorts of skills are, and it creates some interesting design stuff with skills that apply direct damage ticks, like Spirit Light Weapon and Smoldering Embers. Like, it creates some interesting space for those to exist in. But that said, it is interesting Y10 and specifically. Quickening Zephyr, you deserve that. Yeah, that's probably true. Probably would be fine to have the limit in no, or not have a limit in PvE. Yeah. It creates a different feel, though. Holy moly, music. You want to calm down a little bit? I'm trying to figure out what the best way to get through here is, because this map is a little wonky. I think I'm going to go over this way and then up and around. That was some weird lag spike. Render lag. I don't know what passage you're thinking is opened here. I might have considered actually bringing Epidemic on one of the Mesmers. Because being able to Epidemic around the... There's the Fragment of Antiquities, by the way. Being able to Epidemic around the Days would have been nice. Yeah, it is only adjacent. That's not terrible. Okay, anything you can do is completed. Let's finish this dungeon. I feel like Glacial Griffin I might want Apply Poison for. Or Poison Tip Signet, or both. That's a tricky one. Because you have to deal with the blind. But I might be able to use a similar strategy to it as I did to Magni. Though at this point I am getting quite hungry. Isn't there... Oh, it's just a little bit further. I'm confusing this with Raven's Point because they use the same friggin' map in the same sort of ways. The benefit of Epidemic is it's not an elite. And enemies do get to adjacent range of each other. Not irregularly. Fever Dreams is good, though. Why do you keep telling me about these passages that have opened? Game. This will be, what, probably dungeon number 2 in my book? Yeah, give me them piles of elemental dust. What are you even doing, Daedalon? There we go. Say, he should be inaptituding these guys. Could go all the way down there. I'm going to go back over to this one because I've cleared most of these enemies out. And I've hated to speed up my movement. I think that might cause some new spawns to happen, but not many. Weak Guided by Fate. Not weak, but kind of weaker. I do want a Tactic Shield. Was I wanting an Enchanting Tactic Shield? Probably doesn't hurt to have a Enchanting and a Stance Tactic Shield. I don't see myself having good use for enchanting with other stuff anyway. Like if I'm not speccing, it doesn't really matter what it does. This one's weird. That has oozes here. There's the gate, the way of kinship. Yeah, okay, that one does respawn, or does spawn a few enemies. I don't think I've had enough water to drink during the stream. No, I have not. Probably. That's alright. I don't think I've been too bad on that front. Make up for it a little bit now, though. Hello, Whirling Wisp. Man, that's such a strong initial hit. Thanks to, Oh, good. Hunt rank up towards the end here. It wasn't... Yeah, okay. I was just looking to see if there had been any loot dropped by one of those guys while I was in an awkward place to get it, and there was not, so we're fine. I was trying to kill a spirit, but it got wrecked without me, so never mind that. I would love to see all of these maps in without, like so there's the Mausoleum quest for getting a body for Mad King Thorn from Halloween, where you go into like the Mausoleum. Anyway, it uses one of the Eye of the North maps, dungeon maps, but without proper blockers in place, so you can explore the whole thing, or at least as far as I can tell anyway. And I wish, and see like a lot of unused areas and other things. I wish I could do that with all of the maps and just kind of like bring all of the maps like in default form into like a map viewer and check them out and stuff. That'd be cool. That Reckless Haste was making me miss a lot. It's interesting though how much less annoying that is on a Paragon than it is an Assassin. Mischances are just so much worse on Assassin than they are on other physical expressions. At least they feel that way to me, anyway. Vocal minority. Well, that's just rude. A passage has opened. I kind of want to take out some of these Regents of Ices. I don't know what's up with these Ice Imps and their AI to go hide in the corner. But they really like to hide in the corner. The Regents of Ice will be worth a good bit of Dwarf Rep. So that's why I kind of want to take them down. Yeah, see, plus 100 reputation. You could also do something kind of like with weapon skills, where shouts and chants lasted longer based upon leadership. That would be an interesting alternate direction to go with that idea. I don't know that it would necessarily be a good one, but I don't know, just random thoughts. Okay, this floor tends to be fairly quick. On account of it being a fairly short floor. This is a 2-floor dungeon. I kind of wish there had been a bit more variance in floor counts. Most of the dungeons feel like they're 3 floors. Okay, sounds good. I will probably be done by the time you come back from your dog walk, but I thank you for dropping by and for watching. I appreciate it. I should be back next week, but whenever Christmas is, I don't plan to stream on Christmas. It's the 25th, obviously, of December. It's a Saturday. I just don't know if it, off the top of my head, I guess it's like, what, is it 3 weeks? Yep, sounds good. And I thank you for spending time here. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's like, what, the 11th today? No. I don't know. What? Yeah, it is the 11th. So that would be 2 weeks. Yeah. Because that would get us 14 more days. That sounds right-ish. I'm currently only streaming on Saturdays. Because I have a game that I'm working on otherwise, and I want to put time towards that. I don't think I need those ice imps to get to 25. Well, I moused over to the thing. All right, take care. Ciao. These avalanches are kind of dangerous because they have Maelstrom, I believe. A lot of frigid armor around here, actually. I think it's very pink in here. I had to move forward like an inch while that was hitting me, didn't I? And get knocked down. Clear these guys out. There's not a whole lot of enemies on this floor, so... But I would still like to get... Before I get to that Beacon of Dragrimmar, I'd like to get to the 25 mark, just to get some chances at some hunt rank up. Doesn't matter that much, though. Yeah, I got the morale boosts. Okay, Beacon of Dragrimmar. Yeah, give me my 20 points. This is the area where you get a lot of bleeding happening. Due to the effect that makes you bleed. Boy, howdy, am I glad I have Save Yourselves here. My goal here is primarily to keep this boss as dazed locked as I can. Just to mitigate its damage. Turns out Daze is pretty good for mitigating damage from casters. Hello. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 are very mechanically different games. Bjorn, I would say? Yeah. Also, welcome. So, because Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 function extremely differently, it means that people are going to have different preferences towards one or the other. I happen to be somebody who likes what Guild Wars 1 does a lot. It's arguably my favorite game of all time. With the argument being like that or Magic the Gathering. But Guild Wars 2 is not a game I particularly enjoy. I don't hate it or anything, but I'm not super thrilled by it either. So because Guild Wars... because Guild Wars 2 is just not a game I particularly enjoy playing, but Guild Wars 1 is a game that I love playing, I play Guild Wars 1. And they're just, like I said, they're extremely different games.
Hail, Lowlander.
There's some superficial similarities. There's some lore connection, but yeah, and that's the other thing too, is people are gonna have different opinions on where they like things with Guild Wars 2 as well. But for me, it's a case of Guild Wars 1 doing things I enjoy. So, at least once. Yes, I think. It's been a long time for some of it, though. So... I find the gameplay enjoyable enough that I don't know why somebody's asking me to add up to 6, but... I find the gameplay enjoyable enough that hello, is this one of y'all? I've only done DOA one time on one of my characters. Measure for measure. I don't know if I want to salvage that or not. I mean, I can view 15 ecto. This is one of y'all wanting to give me 15 ectoplasm. Yeah, DOA is one of those ones that's hard to do with heroes, so I haven't done it much. Like, if somebody wants to give me ecto, I will receive ecto, but... well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe I can put it towards my eventually acquire Law and Order fund. I'd like to get Law and Order for one of my assassins. But its drop rate is garbage. That measure for measure is taunting me. You know what? I'll just stick it there for the moment. Be taunted by it later. My current goal? I don't know, just to play through content and have fun doing so. I don't have any like specific strict goal. Like, I guess on this guy, it's acquire more skills. So yeah, I'm just gonna merchant the rest of this stuff. I have a character that I'm slowly working towards Vabian armor on, so you know, build up my ruby and sapphire supply. But otherwise, I just enjoy playing the game, so that's, for me, that's a good enough goal. I think I might do a little bit of Kilroy punching to round out the day. That sounds good. Oh, we've been playing too long. Fire's no longer moving. Goodbye, team. You've been just like a team to me.
You seek the dwarves?
Okay, where are my punchy things? That's such a weird animation. Oh yeah? Two can punch like that. Yeah. Yeah. I just enjoy playing the game, so I don't necessarily have to have a more specific goal. Okay, two of you coming at me now. I've never quite figured out what makes you just sometimes gain the 4 adrenaline necessary to just use this again immediately. Like, why does this sometimes just instantly refill? Like, right there. There's some sort of something going on that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, and I'm not sure what it is. I'll probably spend some time on Arden's doing her skill booster league. I think Arden's skill booster league is the only one that I currently have running right now at this point. Arden's is. I don't know. How do you properly plural that one? No, not stop clicking on Ragnar.
What news of the war?
I do like Brawling Headbutt.
You need me.
Let's just pop out here. Let's see. So I had his, but I'm pretty sure I finished his. And hers, and his. I have no idea why. Ciantier's my oldest character. I have no idea how he gets randomly stuck here in, like, my newest characters. Arden's is still doing one. How much does she have left to do? I'll probably just look at this and then wrap things up, because that'll be about 6 hours or so, which seems fine. Has she finished Eye of the North? She has... Well, she's done Destruction's Depths. Yep, she's done A Time for Heroes. So she's finished that. My goodness, she has not been to Ascalon. Okay, this is... interesting. It looks like I'm going around the Crystal Desert, but I've also done THK. Oh, you know what? I bet you I'm filling in... Yeah, I'm filling in Flameseeker Prophecies. I've done Eye of the North. I've not touched Nightfall on her. I don't know if I can find out really... Oh, yeah, here's Jadam's Spear, by the way. This is the one that drops from that one boss that I was looking at. Okay, so I have a Gavel of the Nephilim, so I have done... Yeah, she's got a couple of spears floating around. Looks like the same... No, a slightly different set. Oh, she's got the same spears, but swapped who they're from. That's funny. Yeah. And she has these Zealous Stance Daggers. Because they're Zodiac. Which is cool. 14% is close enough to 15. Okay. So she's done her Eye of the North stuff. Okay, so she just has Prophecies, and then she's going to do Nightfall, because she's a Nightfall character that basically hasn't touched Nightfall, and that really amuses me. Okay, that makes sense of where I'm headed with her. Yeah, and I've got a bunch of axes going on. Arbalist needs some mods. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Arbalist. Probably Zealous, by the looks of things. So I'll probably start playing her when I start doing stuff over here in... That's just a weird shield. That's a weird old school shield. That's a nice horn bow. I don't know why she has. I don't know why. I don't think she has any ranger stuff that she's doing. Right now I'm using this healing prayers thing. Okay, well that's enough looking at this character. So what I'll probably be doing next time is I'll probably be coming back and working on her skill booster league for when I next play Guild Wars. I don't know. I've been rolling in my mind whether or not I want to do some more. I did a Dark Souls 1 randomizer 2 weeks ago now, I guess. And I'm thinking about like doing another one at some point. And I've been kind of wondering whether or not I wanted to play. So I've been working on a kind of several years ago I did a Dark Souls 2 retrospective, and I've been on my YouTube channel. I've been thinking about doing one for Dark Souls 1 and 3. I kind of figured I like the idea of doing kind of a comparison contrast format. I have not played through Transistor yet. That's another one that I could potentially stream. I also want to stream Divinity Original Sin 2. They picked that up, and people had thoughts about that one. I'm not sure about whether or not I want to try to stream Elden Ring, just because I'm not sure how well my computer is kind of old at this point, and I'm not sure how well the my computer would be able to handle trying to both play and stream Elden Ring. So I am very dubious on that. But I've been anyway, I've been thinking about, do I want to like stream another playthrough of Dark Souls 2? Because like I like the idea of looking at Dark Souls 1 and 3 and kind of a comparison contrast and like what changed between them, but I'd be lumping Dark Souls 2 into that, so it's kind of like a Dark Souls trilogy sort of retrospective, and it might be good to refamiliarize myself with 2 a little bit, but a lot of the emphasis is going to be more on 1 and 3 and like where did things start and where did things end sort of thing. But I don't know. Anyway, that's just some random me thinking out loud stuff. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here. I will be back next week for a stream is the plan, and then I will probably... I don't know if I'm going to stream on New Year's. Is it New Year's Eve that's a week after, or New Year's Day that's a week after? Anyway, I'm not sure if I'm going to stream then or not. But I'm not planning on streaming on Christmas, so that's just kind of thinking ahead a little bit, and some of those plans and thoughts. So anyway, until next time, you can always come and hang out in my Discord for people who happen to still be here who don't know I have a Discord. So if you want to do that, that's a place to hang out. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here. So until next time, everyone, thank you all very much for watching. Take care, and goodbye.